It says stay straight. In 1.6 miles, take a right onto Second Avenue, onto East Second Street.
Here.
No, 1.2 miles. In 7/10 of a mile.
I was doing so good until I got here. I just want to go. Okay, come on, truck. Come on, truck. Anytime. Keep going straight.
No, at the light, take a right. And then you're going to take a...
I got it. Right here.
Yep.
Next turn right there, that truck turn?
Yes. Right here. People are starting to say hi.
We're south of Interstate 20. We're in central west Texas, halfway between Abilene and Midland. Actually, we're going to be here in a few minutes. Yeah, they just issued tornado warning on this storm in front of us. We're just south of Big Springs, Texas. Oh my God, people. Any other time? got one in it. I don't know when it's I can fix it later.
This Lord is going to make us move into this. This is Highway 163 South.
Moving to the south-south to intercept the supercell to the south-south to intercept the supercell that's got headed directly for Sterling City. Oh, did it just hit something? We got a very intense lightning out here with this supercell. This thing is huge. It's been in play now for several hours. Well, they've been trying to warn them down to walk it out. get down here a little ways, I'll turn around where you can see this storm that's coming at us. We're trying to stay ahead of it. Another one of those gnarly storms that's pretty intense. Another one of those gnarly storms that's pretty intense. As soon as we get a really good clear spot, we'll do a 360 and let you see it.
The lightning is extremely intense. Just had another moment.
This may be a good place to. We're going to do a 360 right up here and let you see this. And then we got to get back on the road. Here's a good place right here. Well, crap. Let me go up here because I want to be able to show you what's out to the left. And we just happen to get next to the trees. So this storm's had 80-mile-an-hour winds. Golf ball size hail, and it's been tornado warned several times. And the lightning is very intense on this thing.
There's a driveway coming up on the right.
We're going to give you a 360 of this thing. Try to do it slow. There's nobody out here. So this thing is, and it's back to the left. So there's the actual storm right there. We're kind of on the leading edge of it right now. The lightning portion of it is actually out this way. So the lightning's pretty intense. So this is coming through Big Spring, Texas right now. We're trying to head it off down towards Sterling City. And we've got a bunch of storms firing up on this boundary line. Wasn't even, didn't get an enhanced warning until just before lunch. You can see pretty far up here. So we must be up on a hill. This may be even a better place to give you a view of it.
Clear.
So that Supercell right there has got all kind of nastiness in it. It's got hail, it's got wind, it's got lightning. Wind gusts have been measured up to 80 miles an hour. It's dropped a couple of short, small tornadoes, and a dust storm that was almost zero visibility. Clear.
Yes, clear.
So that's what it looks like. There's the front of it right there. And that's what we're headed to. So we're pretty sure we're going to be in front of it before it gets to Sterling City. The interesting thing thing is the cloud tops on this storm is supposed to be over 60,000 feet. So if you fly on a commercial airline, they fly at 35 to 38,000 feet. And these cloud tops on this supercell are over twice as high as storm like this. This thing is re-intensifying, but we got to stay out of the hail core. The hail core is big enough to break our front windshield. Did differently, but I believe if you turn your phone sideways, you'll actually get a better view of this. Generally, it won't let me do that, but tonight it won't let me do it the other way. See up there in front. Yeah, I don't know. This generally doesn't let me film this way, but I think it's a lot better. I've been trying to get it to do it. I've had some problems with YouTube, as has a lot of other people here lately. And so I may stop right here since I've got such a good view. And we're gonna show you what's going on with this storm. I believe there's going to be a road right here.
Bill says it's a good view.
Yeah, let me, man, if I didn't have those oil tanks right there, see how intense the lightning is in this thing. So there's the core of this supercell right there. That's what we're trying to get in front of. As you can see, it's got a bunch of energy in it. I mean, this is just typical Great Plains storms out here. There's a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning here.
Clear.
So we're going to get up here. As soon as I can find a place to give you a good view without oil tanks. It's just there's hardly anybody lives out here, and there's not a lot of driveways to pull into. on top of this hill, we can really see across this plain. There are very little trees out here right now. I tell you, if you're south of Big Springs, anywhere 20 miles either side of Big Springs, and you're watching this, you need to take precautionary action. If not from the wind, certainly from the lightning. Stay away from electronic equipment. Don't take a shower. Chasing us down the highway. The wind out here is really intense. South of Big Springs, Texas, south of Interstate 20. We had actually planned on heading back to Tennessee today, but they popped up and put this enhanced warning on this area down here, and even though May's the end of peak season, not the end of chasing. We are trying to get 3,000 subscribers before the end of May, and we only need about 30 more. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe and hit that notification bell. We've got a lot of video we're going to be posting. We're going to try to give you another look at this storm.
They've gone to the south, they've gone to the north. They have not gone really towards Abilene.
So this is what we're trying to get in front of. I can take a minute to stop because we're actually doing pretty good time on this back road. Keep watching. But there's the core. Where you see that lightning is the core of this supercell. This thing's got a lot of lightning in it. Even where we're setting, we're getting a lot of lightning.
By doing this?
By taking an electronic thing out the window and putting it up there. And I don't know if you can hear it, but this thing is noisy. So this is just south. That storm has just moved through Big Springs out to the west of it. It's south of Big Springs, Texas, south of Interstate 20. It's headed towards Sterling City. And we're setting up on a hill, as much as you could say it's a hill out here. And getting a pretty good view of this center part of this storm. I look for them to make this a tornado warning here again before it gets to Sterling City. So if you're in Sterling City and you're watching this, or if you've got any friends in Sterling City, Texas, you probably ought to call them ahead of time and let them know this thing is headed their way. So this just came through Big Springs, Texas, and it's south of Interstate 20 now, headed in the direction of Sterling City. It may go just to the west of Sterling City, but it's a very intense storm. And as far away as we are, based on what you're seeing on the video, we're getting lightning strikes behind us out to the east. Very intense. This storm right here earlier had cloud tops at 60,000 feet. So if you've ever flown in a commercial jet, that flies at 35 to 38,000 feet. And this storm's got cloud tops at 60,000.
The wind is starting to pick up.
So it's got 80-mile-an-hour winds is said to be in it, 2-inch golf ball size hail.
Clear.
And I'm going to just back up a little bit and let you see. I'm going to point to the north so you can see it goes all the way over here. Some of the edges of it does.
Emily's
We
asking
are-
where we're sitting at.
What are we?
Highway 163.
We're just north of Sterling City on Highway 163, and we're headed down, and we're moving southwest. So we're going to cut this storm off about the time it gets to Sterling City.
She's in San Angelo waiting for it to hit.
Oh yeah, if you're in San Angelo, this thing's headed for you, and I'm pretty sure it's going to stay together. We've been watching this thing for 3 hours, and it seems to just keep getting bigger and bigger. It's been tornado warned 3 or 4 times, and I would assume that before it gets to Sterling City or San Angelo, they're going to put out another tornado warning on it. It's just that intense. If they don't do it for an actual circulation they can see, they're going to do it for the straight line winds and the hail. See, the lightning is so bright here where we're at, you can see it flashing around the car. Stop up here again in a minute. I believe we're going to be taking a slight right up here, and when we do, you'll get a better look at this thing. Oh, what you're seeing on the live stream isn't the worst part of it. Well, we just showed you out to the west of our location. It's just lightning strike after lightning strike. They said a while ago how many was occurring, but I forget. But it's almost continuous lightning inside that storm.
Emily says that looks scary.
Well, if you're in San Angelo, it's headed your way. Stay away from electronic equipment, or better yet, when you hear it coming, unplug all your electronic equipment and don't take a shower. lightning could come through the pipes right into the shower.
Cloud to cloud lightning is getting more intense again. Cloud to ground. Just started up.
This is south of Big Springs, Texas, south of Interstate 20. We're headed to Sterling City.
Emily says, thanks for keeping us updated. I've got 2 kids that are scared to death of storms.
See it moving across the highway?
Yeah.
What is that?
I don't know.
Hell, baby. Sorry about that.
Is that a wedge to the right? A big one?
I don't know. But I was wondering what that was that flew across the highway. It was like a big wind.
Yes. It looked to the right.
Okay. Okay. Now we're back in business. See in front of us, and there's a rain curtain across the front of the vehicle up there distance. That is a separate storm than the one that's coming in from to our right. So this storm is going to collide with the storm up there, and when it does, well, we'll have to see. Got your radar out. The storm in front of us is I'll tell you exactly where it's at. It's right south of Sterling City. The one up there with all the lightning now that's formed while we've been driving down this road is right on top and just south of Sterling City. The big one that's coming in from Big Springs is over to the right and is going to intersect with that storm, and I'm not sure what really is going to happen. That storm is moving towards us. The other storm's moving to the southeast. Generally, when two storm cells interact like this, it generally intensifies and generally will drop a tornado. What was that? A lot of critters out here running across the road. But that storm in front of us has just developed in the last 15 or 20 minutes. I know all this looks like a movie we're watching, but this is actually live TV. As soon as I can get up here, we're going to turn around and show you how intense. The other storm is still pretty intense. It's headed down to merge with this. But they're blowing from the right to the left, which means they're blowing into the big storm. You just got to be careful we don't get in the middle of these two when they collide. So we're going to curve a little bit to the right up here, and when we do, we should be able to give you a look at this big cell coming south of Big Springs. See, those lightning flashes were out of the southern storm cell. The one to the north is just as bad. And the one that's north is the one that's lightening up the sky behind us that you can see flashing in front of the car. Turn in here just a second. That lightning flash is from the one to the north. The other one, find a good place to pull over and give you a 360 and let you see both these storms, both to the north, to the south. We're going to be able to show you right here. So I'm looking to the east. I'm going to make a 360 here. This lorry right here behind us is concerning to me because that's where all the lightning's coming from. I'll zoom in just a little bit and then I'll try to fix the so right there in the center of the screen is a lowering. So that lowering right there is very concerning. And that is where the two cells are meeting right now. is right there. We have got a major lowering right here. Let me look on the radar.
This one?
Well,
I don't.
that lowering right there is very concerning. Because that's closer to us than it looks. And that's where the two storms right now are meeting. I'd get out to look, but I tell you what, there's so much lightning around us right now. And that T-post is right in the way. Let me see if I can back up and get a better. That is very concerning right there.
It's developing a tail.
I don't see any rotation on the radar.
It hasn't opened up yet.
Okay, let me give you a 360 here. So that's off to the east, and that's that they're kind of connected together. They'll put a tornado on this here in a minute. And that's going to go off to the east of Sterling City. The main, wow. That was close. That was in stereo. Maybe we better go back over here and look at this. That's the main storm right there. But this is the one that's got me concerned. Is right here. See if I can get the upward tilt. We've got a definite lowering right there. That's going to be loud. Alright, I'm going to look at the radar just a second. Because this thing's getting pretty intense. It may be getting ready to come right over the top of us. But we can't get in the hell course. Whoa! So this big storm now, apparently that one pulled it over this way. It's getting ready to go right. This is going to be intense. need to. Whoa. Clear your way.
Here.
All right, we're gonna get down here just a little way. These two cells have merged now here south of Big Springs and north of Sterling City, Texas. I think we're on Highway 163 going into Sterling, Texas. Sterling City, Texas. Tell yet whether or not merging they diminished into just a rainstorm with in a minute. Big one's not here yet. That big storm's still coming in from our right. We only had to drive a mile or two to get out of where they were merging to the cells were merging back there on top of each other. So we'll see if this is going to nudge the big one and intensify it or make it detensify or get less intense. That didn't sound right. Got to be a better word for that. But we'll turn around right up here and focus back at these mergers of these two cells. So this is the big one still coming in right here. I don't know what that is. There's something right there in the middle, isn't there?
There is.
I'm not sure what that is. The radar's about 3 minutes old, and I'm not sure what that is, but I don't like the looks of it. Right there in the center, people. You see that? I can just get a little bit more lightning on it.
I definitely see it.
Hope it's just scud out there.
Is it behind that little bush?
Behind them trees right there. What is that? I don't like the looks of that, people. If there's something on the ground, it's small and it's just to the right of that bush. However, that's a major lowering right there. I don't know if it's a rain shaft or an actual lowering. Man, that thing don't look good at all. I think it's just, hope it's just a scary looking cloud. What is that? Look at that. I don't know. We may have to bug out of here, people. That whatever that is right there is coming right at us. Okay, I'm going down. I don't care what that is. It could be just a scary looking cloud, but that thing's coming right at us. We're gonna go down here about a mile and turn around and look back at it and see what it looks like from down here. That did not look good at all, and it wasn't moving. It was coming right at us. Let's take a look. Take another look at that thing. Now that we just came down a little bit, I still don't like it.
It looks bigger.
Maybe it was just a scary looking cloud, but scary enough I wanted to come down a little ways and get away from it. Yeah, I don't know. I can't even see it anymore. I wonder if it was something that lifted, but we never could see any rotation on the radar. could just been scud. But then again, that right up there. There it is. Yeah, they got alright, we're gonna go back to where we were up on this hill, because whatever it was isn't there no more. So they've got 70-mile-an-hour wind warning on this storm right here going in Sterling City. That's it right there.
Yeah.
Turn on my red light. So we're just north of Sterling City. Actually, we're northeast of Sterling City. This large part of this first supercell hadn't come through yet. We had to get out of here a while ago because something looked scary on that cloud. And at night, it's just hard to get your bearings on this stuff.
Nobody's talking.
All right, here comes this main storm. Supposed to have 70-mile-an-hour winds with it. Yeah, this is the main part of this storm. So this is headed into Sterling City, Texas. And it merged with another smaller cell just north of the city. We're on Highway 163, northeast of Sterling City, Texas.
You just have to take one more turn and go down one more highway.
got power poles right here, so we're gonna go on down the road here and catch up with this.
Yeah.
We'll be able to get back over where we can hopefully get out the rain long enough to we're just north of Sterling City, Texas. This big thunderstorm, two thunderstorms actually merged. We're trying to get ahead of it so we can look back at it.
Gambler says good to see you, Jack.
Yeah, good evening. We were headed home, but they put out an enhanced risk on this area down here in Texas, so we drove 500 miles since last night to get down here.
Danny says Ballinger, Texas, and we turn left. Danny says Ballinger, Texas, we turn left. Ballinger. Is that where we are?
No, we're just north of Sterling City. We literally, when we take a left up here, we'll be going into Sterling City and getting south of the city where this storm's moving towards San Angelo. So right here at this stop sign, when we take a left, we'll be going towards Sterling City. Let me take a look at the radar real quick. No, Ballinger is the other storm. We're on the storm that's hitting Sterling City right now.
Clear.
This 4-lane? Must be. So we're going into Sterling City. I'm going to see if we can't get over to that Ballinger storm, though. Can you get me over to Ballinger? You gotta get me far enough in front that I can. as careful as we can. We don't want to get hurt either. Strong winds here. So this is Sterling City. We're coming into the city limits of Sterling City, Texas. If you're in Ballinger, you need to batten down the hatches. Unplug all the electronic equipment you want to salvage, and don't jump in the shower.
Annie says, I'm in Ballinger and it's starting to get crazy here with winds. Sirius says, hello, Jack and family.
Glad to have everybody on board. Sterling City, Texas is where we're at. We're trying to decide whether to go south or go to Ballinger. Both storms are pretty intense. You probably ought to wear something bright if you're going to run across the highway, especially in front of me. How far? Eighth of a mile. In front of us is headed for San Angelo. That's the leading edge of it. You can see there above the car. Storm is just full of electricity. This storm that we're currently showing you that's going through Sterling City, Texas, is headed directly for San Angelo. Constant lightning, yes. You got it. right for San Angelo.
Sirius says constant lightning, thin cloud, and clouds to the ground.
We've got wind outside going from left to right. It's pretty intense. This storm was warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds coming into Sterling City. Driving's not that bad, it's just the wind is blowing up so hard. I'm trying to keep it in the outside lane here. Here in San Angelo, I had to suddenly unplug all my good electronic equipment. Just in case you have a fire surge, stay out of the shower until it passes. When I was a paramedic, I remember picking up several people that got lightning hit near the house and came in the house through the water lines and popped them in the shower or the bathtub. Fortunately, we didn't have any fatalities, but whoa, where'd that come from? We just got hit by something. Boy, that wind. Woo!
How far are we from?
I'm gonna have to ask Lisa because I can't take my eyes off the road. I have to get 38 miles. Whoa, what's the weird thing about it? Some of front right. I'm not sure what we're in the middle of here. Whoa! Yeah. Whoa! I don't know what we're in the middle of. We got signs down in the road here. You got San Angelo.
Yes.
People, I got to get off until I can find out what we're in the middle of. This is pretty bad. What road are we on?
We're on Highway 87 South. San Angelo is 325.
Well, hold on. What is it?
325 944 9445.
What road are we on?
Highway 87 South.
Yeah, I'm a professional storm spotter. I am down here just south of Sterling City. What's this road?
Highway 87 South.
Highway 87 South on this storm that's coming into San Angelo. We've easily got 90-mile-an-hour wind down here. It has torn signs out of the ground. You know, the signs like speed limit signs and all, they're laying all over the road out here. I've got my spotlights on, which I have never had to pull over. I can't even see in front of my windshield. I'm about 4 or 5 miles south of Sterling City, and I've got hail coming down, but it's only pea-size. But the wind here has got to be at least 80 or 90 miles an hour. It is rocking this car and tearing signs out of the ground. I saw 6 of them on the road right behind me. That's why we pulled off. Yeah, I don't know. I'm telling you, this feels. I'm from Florida. This is like Category 3 weather out here. But I thought we were in the middle of a tornado. Matter of fact, I still feel like I am. Well, it could be. No, I'm right in the middle of it. I'm 5 miles south of, 4 or 5 miles south of Southern City. We got hail. I mean, the winds out here, yeah, this is at least 90-mile-an-hour winds. Nobody's able to drive. Okay, thanks. All right. Okay, bye. Holy cow, people. If y'all can see, we just called the weather service. This is like Category 3 weather to me, being from Florida. We've got hail, 90-mile-an-hour winds at least. The car is shaking, and we absolutely cannot see in front of us. It ripped speed limit signs totally out of the ground back there. There was at least 3 of them laying in the highway. Yeah, at least. Now I got the car coming up on me, but I better let him pass before I get over. This is 1-lane traffic. Yeah, I figured that him I wasn't going to stop. So we've got pea-sized hail coming down. I don't believe we got 90-mile-an-hour winds now, but back there they were at least 90. And we still got pea-sized hail. We called the National Weather Service and we let them know what was going on. He said we were in the rear downdraft of this storm is what we're in. Either the front or the rear. He couldn't tell based on our location. That hill's a little bit bigger there. Yeah, I just talked to somebody there at your station. We've got half intel now down here. I didn't go 2 miles south of where I was at, south of 36. And by the way, I'm live on YouTube. If y'all want to look, you can see this now. Oh, yeah, it leaves. I'm afraid to come bust my window here in a minute. And the wind is still probably about 9. But if you want to see what it looks like, just go to YouTube at Jack Sloan, SLOAN 911, and I'm live, and you can see exactly what we see. All right, thank you. Man. Oh, man, look at that wind. Oh, man. I know I'm off the road. Oh, man. I'm going to lose my side window here in a minute.
As far as Jackson, how many mile per hour wind is that, and how are you today, brother?
We're going to actually try to get our instrument out here in a minute, but the wind and the rain is blowing so hard, and the hail is getting bigger. Man, this thing. Oh, wow. These are, I would estimate, I've been from Florida, this is category 3 type wind. It's at least 90 miles an hour. It's even blowing the hail straight across in front of the car. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my side window here. Time I move a mile down the road, it seems like I drive right back into this thing. Back there about 2 miles, it's pulling up roadside information signs totally out of the ground. I believe we may have power out down here. I haven't seen a light on anywhere, so it could be that we've got power outage down here right now. I don't see any lights on either side, and there should be lights here where we're at. So I think we've got a power outage here just south of Sterling City. We've still got hail coming down. That was at least 90 mile an hour winds back here. It could have been more. I'm just not sure. We couldn't get our interrometer out to be able to get. Man, this is great.
They're asking if it was a tornado.
I don't believe so. I think it was just straight line winds. The Weather Service thinks it was rear flank downdraft, and I didn't think about that, but they could be right. But that was pretty intense, and all this is headed towards San Angelo. I mean, this is the third time we've been down this area in the last 3 weeks. There's been straight line winds over 90 miles an hour. So sometimes the straight line winds are even worse than a small tornado because they cover a larger area when they go through. But this hail, the fact that we have no power down here anywhere, they've got a major power outage down here. major power outage down here south of Sterling. And we're not that far south of Sterling. We're probably only about 6 to 8 miles now. We're only going about 40 miles an hour. We couldn't see back there at all. If you're in San Angelo and this thing's coming for you, especially you, Emily, that was on a while ago with your kids, unplug all your electronics and get you a flashlight and be prepared for a power outage. Anybody, for that matter, who's in San Angelo, because I'm pretty sure we've got major power outage down here. One light off in the distance over there. That's the first light I've seen in probably the last 5 or 6 miles.
M. Park says it could have been a spin-up tornado, second estimate.
Well, we didn't see any rotation on the radar, and the weather service wasn't seeing any rotation either. That doesn't mean it's not a spin-up from you know, you can have straight line winds and have a spin up. The ratio I was in Dakota, South Dakota, I filmed 2 of those spin ups when that wind come through at 107 miles an hour. And they went through that parking lot and the parking lot next to it. It was a pretty big spin up. So you could be right. It would be ground based then. It wouldn't be the weather service wouldn't necessarily see the spin on that. It'd be like a dust devil in straight line wind. But I think those back there was just rear downdraft, very intense winds. I saw light on any building, and that could have been an emergency outside light, probably in the last 5 or 6 miles.
And it says real bad storms.
If you're in San Angelo, this is headed right for you. We've notified the weather service and told them we were live so they can see what we see. This is some gnarly storms out here. We still got some wind coming across left to right of the screen. Not nearly as bad as it was back there. Woo! San Angelo, you need to get ready, or anywhere between Sterling City and San Angelo, and probably 15 miles. If those winds hit, I'm sure you're going to lose electricity. Unplug any electronics that you want to salvage and stay out of the shower.
He says, yes, I would say that was like the South Dakota Great Show, like on May 12, 2022, to hear about it from your perspective.
Yeah, I was there. Better without it. Man, oh man, let me see where we're at in relation to that storm. We actually may be ahead of it. Let's see. Man, we got some wind out here. That might have been the front flank downdraft. ahead of that storm now, but that must have been the front flank downdraft, because we wasn't anywhere near the back of it. Just make sure it takes me through. So we're ahead of this storm. But we were right in the middle of it back there for a while. Man, that's the first time in a very long time I've had to pull over because the wind and the rain was blinding me out the front windshield. And I've drove through some really bad weather. So it looks on the radar, and our radar is within 2 minutes, that we're ahead of this storm now. If you're in Ballinger, I hope you're aware they've got a tornado warning out on that storm too, as well as a severe thunderstorm warning. It may actually be south of Ballinger now, but they've got a tornado warning on the southeast side of Ballinger for that other storm.
I have seen some bad storms here in southwestern Virginia, but last year I had a tornado pass on the northwest ridge line. It scared me. It was scary. It sounded like a freight train.
I tell you, sometimes you can hear them and sometimes you can't. If you haven't subscribed, by the way, we're trying to hit 3,000 subscribers by Saturday, and we're only about 15 or 20 away. Please subscribe, but subscribe and you can go back and see all the videos in order. Go back and look at March 14th on that Scott Air Force Base tornado we filmed in Illinois. We didn't hear it. I even got out of the car 90 seconds before we videoed it, and I heard nothing. And the only way we knew it was there is, number one, we saw it on the radar, the rotation, and secondly, I caught it out of the corner of my eye in a flash of lightning, and as I turned the car to get the cameras in that direction, it hit a transformer, blew the transformer up, and lit the entire tornado up and blew. That was the only time we knew that tornado was there. And I got out of the car and still couldn't hear. And but we knew it was there because the police officer 8 miles down the road had reported to the weather service that he had seen it.
Bill said that he subscribed.
Appreciate that. Yeah, we're trying to hit 3,000, just kind of a little goal. We're towards the end of the peak tornado season, but we're still going to be out there all year. And in our neck of the woods over in Nashville, you know, we have a second tornado season in Dixie Alley that starts about mid-November and runs through mid-December with the change of the season. And we've had some fairly large, the Mayfield tornado happened during that time. The Broken Bow tornado that I filmed in December of 22 happened in December, but that was more in the Texas Panhandle, southern Oklahoma area. But we've had some pretty bad tornadoes towards the end of November and into the middle of December. I was telling them the other night, one interesting thing, if you're not aware of this, the only town in the United States that's been hit by 2 EF5 tornadoes at different times is Tanner, Alabama. And Tanner, Alabama is the one that got hit by that tornado last week when it went north of Huntsville. Wasn't EF5, but they were in the direct path of it. So you don't have to be in Tornado Alley out in the Great Plains like we are today Tanner, Alabama, which is in Limestone County, which is the county that gets the most tornadoes in Alabama, which is right on the Tennessee-Alabama border, has actually been hit by 2 EF5s at different times. We can get up here. I think what we may do is turn around, and since we're ahead of the storm now, but we're trying to get over this other one in Ballinger. I tell you what, we're trying to get to this one that headed towards Brady, Texas. So we may just keep going until we get in front of that one. That one in Brady, headed for Brady, Texas, is tornado warned, and it's a large storm.
San Angelo.
Alright, we'll turn around real quick right up here and let y'all see the storm behind us. It's actually regenerating, but we're trying to get down to Brady, to this storm that's coming up down there. Right here where we're at, we have no wind, we have no rain, we have no turnaround. I thought that was a turnaround.
We're about 18
You'll be able to see that storm right there. That's what we were in the middle of, that's headed for San Angelo, is that storm right there. They're still saying it's got 70-mile-an-hour winds, heavy lightning. We drove through the hell ourselves, but there it is coming towards San Angelo. That's a storm just south of Sterling City, and about 15 miles north of San Angelo. Got a little tail cloud on it right
Green
there.
Lover, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. Really appreciate the support, buddy. Alright.
So that storm's just south of Sterling City, headed into San Angelo. Still got hail in it. Some of the chasers are still back there coming through it, and still got heavy winds.
That I can just leave it maxed out.
And I believe, based on what I can see, it looks like it's re-intensifying on radar. I may be wrong, but it sure looks like
But
it.
I've already had to raise it once. Thank you guys all so much for your support. It's been incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible. Sorry, I heard a little bit of thought there.
So this is the Sterling City storm headed to San Angelo. It's still pretty intense. What road are we on? 83?
We're on 87.
87? 87. It's right there.
Yes.
So we're on Highway 87, about halfway between Sterling City. Actually, we're more than halfway. We're just north of San Angelo. Probably about 8 or 10 miles north of San Angelo, and this storm's headed straight for San Angelo.
He would. Nope. You're all caught up.
Yeah, so if you're in San Angelo, find your flashlight. You may need it if the wind is still in this storm. We couldn't see any lights on for miles and miles down Highway 87, and I know there's a lot of houses up that way, but that's the first time. That's probably the first time in 2 years I've had to pull over because of how bad the wind was. Even though I was in the middle of hail, I couldn't see past the end of the car. So that happens to us very, very rare. Because with all the spotlights we've got and ability, I hardly ever have to stop in a storm regardless. But if you're in San Angelo, this is the storm that's headed right for you. Unplug your electronic equipment. You see all the lightning if you want to salvage it. Find your flashlight in case electricity goes out. Stay away from windows. Lightning can come through a window. And be wary that this wind, if it may not just take out electricity, it may take some limbs down. And if you got trees close to your house, try to get on the opposite side of the house where the trees are, just in case one of the limbs come off the tree. There's a lot of lightning in this storm. If the hail is still there, the hail got up to ½ inch. I thought for a minute I was going to lose my driver's window. if the weather service happens to be watching, y'all need to look just left of that pole right there. We've got, it could be scud, but we got something underneath that cloud. But it's just to the right of that pole. Man, this storm is really hauling butt now. Let me see if I can get in a better position. I can take a look at this, whatever it is coming here. Okay, now it's going to be just to the left of that pole, over on the ground. I don't know if you can see it with these headlights, but when you see a good electrical light, could be scud, but something is over there. Let these cars get by, maybe we'll get enough lightning we can see. All right, just to the left of that pole, could be scud, but I'm not sure what it is. So we're on Highway 87, just north of San Angelo. We're not far from San Angelo at all.
We're right next to the San Angelo State Supported Living Center.
Are we in the city?
Yeah. See?
Zoom out. Zoom in. Yeah, now. That's Carlsbad. So our exact location is Carlsbad here on Highway 87. But we've got something over here. Could be scud, but we can see it on the ground level. Winds begin to pick up. The wind's moving from right to left of the live stream. But I can't see. I'd get out, but there's just so much lightning. Like I said, it could be scud, could be dust. This thing's got enough wind in it, and it's dry where we're sitting right here, right now, that it could be dust being blown up, but there is something over there. I just don't see any rotation though on the radar. And our radar's up to date within a minute. Like I said, it could just be dust being blown up. Oh man, here comes the wind. I'm gonna back up. You need to see this sign. And I've seen signs blown out of the ground tonight, so I don't want to be near this sign. Here comes the wind. Woo! This thing is catching back up with us now. We've actually got a lowering over there on that side. Yeah, we've got a lowering over there.
Yeah, right there.
So if the weather service was watching, look at the left side of that sign. We've got a lowering in the clouds there. The wind is really picking up here. I mean, give me this anerometer before he gets to where I can't use it.
I'm gonna turn it back on and shut it off.
We're going to take a reading right here. We got a lowering right here in front of us. I don't know if everybody can see that. You ready?
Oops. Yes, ready.
All right, there was a wind gust of 42. Keep watching out there. I saw something.
Yeah, I took a picture.
So this storm's coming into Carlsbad right now on Highway 87. We got sustained winds here of over 25 miles an hour, and we've had one gust up to 42. Yeah, there was 48 miles an hour gust. And here comes that storm again. It's catching up with us. We've had one gust up to 49. We got sustained winds over 20 to 25 miles an hour. Well, we had power up there in some houses in front of us. Now we can't see any. Okay, I think we had some power up. We saw some lights up there in front of us up Highway 87, but they're out now. Oh, there's 54. That was a gust of 54. Sustained winds now are over 30 miles an hour. Whoa. Well, now you can hear them. So we're in Carlsbad, Texas, on Highway 87. Well, there was 62 mile an hour gusts right there. We still got sustained winds now over 35 miles an hour. We've had a gust up to 62. Whoa! Okay, there was 63 mile an hour gusts. this must be the outflow from the storm that we were getting. I can see it on the radar now. So these, the outflow winds before this storm comes in are at least gusting up to 63 miles an hour. But we've got sustained winds at one point of up to 35 miles an hour as this gust front comes in ahead of this storm.
It gets cold quick, too.
Boy, we can hear it out there. I don't know if y'all can hear it on the live stream, but this storm is really... When you can hear the winds blowing. Whoa! How much was that? Okay, we got sustained winds at 43 miles an hour, and we've had gusts up to 63. I still can't see any power up the road. There was power at some of the traffic lights. Traffic's beginning now to pull over and slow down. So if you're looking at the radar, we're at Carlsbad, Texas, looking to the northwest on Highway 87, coming into San Angelo. See those are outflow winds, see?
Yes.
On the radar. So now I'm thinking that what we saw blowing up in front of this storm was probably dust out of the fields that we saw blowing up towards the clouds. Could have been scud, but I think it was dust. Just ground clutter. I believe the radar's in San Angelo. We ought to get some hail here in a minute. We still got heavy winds here in Carlsbad. So far, no hail though. Whoa. Yeah, if you're in front of that storm coming out of or headed towards Brady, you need to be in your safe place.
Annie says that they just said that Coleman is in a tornado warning.
Yeah, that's it. If you're in Coleman or anywhere between trying to get the city. So that cold front, the boundary is just south of Abilene now, which means these storms are just going to stay intensifying. They're not going to die anytime soon. So if you're in front of one of these, whether you're in San Angelo and probably 20 miles either side, or if you're in Brady and anywhere between Brady and Ballinger, you need to grab your flashlight, get somewhere safe. Nope. First thing. So you can see the, I don't know if you can see the rain blowing across the highway, but you can certainly see how much the wind is blowing out here. It's sustaining 30 mile an hour plus with gusts. Wow. We're still getting gusts above 50 every now and then.
Gambler says you'll all be safe, Jack.
Well, we do this for severe warning awareness, severe storm awareness. We don't do it for thrills. We don't make any money doing this. I actually work in an ICU full time in Nashville. But sometimes, a lot of times, people don't take storms serious. And we do as many public service presentations with the videos that we have, as well as being out here on a night like tonight. We've got anerometers with us and all that we can report directly through the spotter network or directly to the weather service and let them know what's actually going on the ground so they can take whatever action they feel necessary to warn the public. We've still got a lot of cloud to ground lightning and cloud to cloud lightning in this storm. Alright, I'm getting soaked. I gotta pull this in. Soaking away. But the weather service needs to know what's going on the ground. They can see the radar and it gives them a lot of information, but sometimes seeing the chasers live streams and hearing us tell them what we're experiencing, particularly the size of the hail, because that particular storm at one point had 60,000 feet up cloud tops, and that generates really large hail. Personally, hail bothers me more than lightning does. You're safe in your car with lightning, but hail knocks out your windows. Now you're totally susceptible to the elements. Plus everything in your car gets wet. We are really rocking right here right now. If you're anywhere, probably from Big Lake all the way over to Brownwood, if you don't have to be out on the highways, don't get out here, because there's going to be times you are not going to be able to drive. You're going to have to pull over in the middle of this because you're not going to be able to see out your window.
Look at that sign rattle.
I mean, we saw signs up the road just south of Sterling City, as big as this one in front of us, that had been pulled out of the ground and laying across Highway 87. We saw at least 3 of them. But if you're in San Angelo, Eden, Brady, and anywhere along the line, probably 20 miles to 30 miles either side of those cities, if you don't need to be on the highway, you need to stay home. If you're home, get your flashlight, because the winds are powerful enough they could be knocking out power. I don't see any power around us right here. And we didn't see anything south of Sterling City. So we believe the power's out. As soon as these cars in front of us get by, we're probably going to try to get down to Brady and catch this storm coming through there. I think the Weather Service got a handle on this one. I know we got a lot of spotters down in San Angelo that if they see anything, I'm sure they'll be the first to put in a report. Well, we had electricity behind us, we just didn't have electricity in front of us. But you can see the waves of rain as the wind blows it. Is that on both?
Yes.
So we're going to try to cut through Eden and go down to Brady. But there's about 10 spotters. If you're in San Angelo, there's about 10 spotters, certified spotters down there. Don't hesitate yourself to call in damage, but the spotters will certainly be letting the Weather Service know either through spotter network reports or direct phone calls if they see anything. Like you said, you better find your flashlight. The lightning and the wind is going to take out a lot of power down this way. Now there goes a fire truck right there. So again, we don't see any. I know there's neighborhoods on both sides of this road, and we don't see any lights. One street light right there. So these two trucks in front of us are fire trucks, so there must be a lot of fire out there. Maybe even down power lines. We're just finished, we're out on the south side of Carlsbad on Highway 87. We're southeast bound down 87. The storm has still got a punch, even though it looks like it may be not as strong as it was before. But it is still carrying the punch. Look at there, there's no lights down here hardly at all. I know there should be lights down there. No. But that wind is really blowing that rain across the highway in front of us. However, since the storm started hitting Carlsbad, we have seen no hail. Whoa, that was a good. Whoa. Okay, now something. Ground lightning right here. If you don't have to get out, don't get out. If you've got to go somewhere or try to get back home, stay where you are for these storms. Get past here. They won't last that long. You don't want to end up in a ditch. We're about a mile south of Carlsbad now. We're headed into San Angelo, and then we're going on over to Eden and Brady. Okay, now we must be getting back in front of the storm. The winds are really picking up. These outflow winds in front of this storm are very intense. I think we're about 10 miles outside of San Angelo. We're getting back into the wind, so we must be getting close to the front of the storm again. Those outflow winds are extremely strong at this point. Whoa! The wind is really picking up here now. In the front of this storm, the outflow winds before the storm hits are pretty intense, but even on the edge of the storm itself, the winds are intense. Really having to fight these winds going from east to west here on 87. you a landmark in a minute where I'm at. I'm coming into something. A lot of street lights up here. So based on our GPS, I think I'm about 4 miles north of San Angelo, and we just pulled out of the rain, so we must be just in front of the storm, and the winds have calmed down just a little bit here, which is the thing about these storms, in particular this one. It can be calm, and when those winds come in, I mean, they hit in just seconds. And then they're going to last for about 10 or 15 minutes, maybe longer on the front part of the storm. So we can see these outflow winds on the radar, and they look pretty intense. Got plenty of lights down here. Everywhere that storm's hit so far, we've seen the lights just go out. Yeah, we're in San Angelo now. So San Angelo's just beginning to feel some of the wind on the north side here on 87, but nothing like it's going to get here in a few minutes. Either that or it's already come through. Now we can still see the trees blowing, but it's not blowing anywhere near what it's going to be doing here in a few minutes. We're going to gas up real quick, so we don't want to be caught in a storm without any gas. Won't take a minute. That wind's picking up out there now. It's blowing that rain up under the cover of these pumps. It's going to get really nasty here in a minute. So if you're in San Angelo, just in case you need it, you better find your flashlight. And I don't know what's going on. We got a bunch of police and fire all headed northbound on this road. Police, fire, and ambulances are all headed north. This is nothing serious. But we've seen about 6 patrol cars and an ambulance and now a couple of fire trucks headed that direction up the road there. Hope there wasn't nothing serious. We're still going to try to get down to Eden and Brady. Don't know how far we're going to get before that storm comes through. 110?
1.7.
Oh. So we're here on the north side of San Angelo on the Highway 87. I don't know what's going on behind us, but I hope it wasn't nothing serious. Man, here comes the wind. This storm will be here just any minute. It's right behind us. It looks like the outflow winds are just getting in here. May have already come through, but the storm itself has got some winds with it on the front side that are pretty intense. Back there in Carlsbad, we got gusts up to 63 miles an hour. Looks like these storms are trying to just line up in a linear line now going south, southeast. I would expect probably in the next hour, at least before midnight, the weather service is probably going to drop these severe warnings. They're not near as bad as they were when they were in Sterling City.
Yes, 3/10 of a mile. It'll be at the lot. Did I get on that road? Looks like it. for 3.3 miles, you're going to go into 306 south.
Man, that wind. Woo! It made it. We're bucking the headwind. Whoa! Look down this way.
3 miles.
Oh man, so here on the north side of San Angelo, you're getting some pretty big gusts, probably up to 35 miles an hour. Maybe even higher than that at times. Whoa! It might turn me sideways. So we're on 277. I think we're headed northeast. We catch this road over the east. Winds out here are really strong. Okay, we got 35, 45 mile an hour gusts. And you got to be careful when you drive, particularly over overpasses, even though you're on the interstate type road like this. The wind can whip around the top of the overpass and literally blow you into the side rail. But the winds pick up speed as they go underneath an overpass. The other thing about driving in heavy winds is you shouldn't drive fast anyway. But the wind, if you're in a high-profile vehicle, can literally lift that vehicle up off the ground if it gets under it. And you really don't hydroplane. What's happened is the wind has lifted you up to the point that you have no traction towards your tires. Man, these winds out here. You can see the wind pushing the rain across the highway. Just these winds alone could, you don't even have to hydroplane. These winds can lift you up or even push you across the highway if it's slick enough. It does it during winter time too. A lot of people don't realize that, but in blizzards. Let me get on this road. We're going to try that over the east. We should be out of this in a couple of minutes. But during winter time, when the roads ice up, if you've got a big blowing storm that's coming in with the snow and the ice, you might as well just give it up. That wind's going to blow you all over the road, spin you out. Man, look at that wind blowing across this road. How the clouds around like that? So again, if you're in San Angelo, find you a flashlight just in case you lose power. These clouds and ground lightning strikes are pretty intense. Highway 306 eastbound. We're trying to get over to Eden to this other storm. Probably going to be past there by the time we get there. This cloud to ground lightning is very intense out here. Getting ahead of what's coming through San Angelo now. Rain should actually stop about a mile or so up here. We'll come back into it in just a minute. It seems like on the outskirts of these storms, around the edges, we have more cloud to ground lightning than we do inside the storm. I wish I was more up on lightning, but I'm not. I'm going to have to get up on it. Like I said, in storms, except for getting right in front of a tornado, and that one the other night in Kansas, it was a mile wide. That one had me puckered a little bit on the seat, trying to get on the south side of it to be able to videotape it. So we could let but we wasn't doing that just for thrills, because we don't do this for thrills. We were doing that so we could record. You can only really see a tornado on the south side, and there's generally a large hail core on the north side. So what I'm trying to do is get on the south side and identify the location of the tornado. It was so big to let 911 know where it was, exactly where it was at and what direction it was going in, so they can notify the weather service and put the warning sirens out. The little town up the road, after we hung up 911, there was a town about probably 8 miles in front of that tornado. They got about 6 minutes warning with the sirens, and they had a plan. They all went over to the church and got in the basement just before the tornado ripped the church roof off. But just to show you how good people are, people came out the next morning. Materials were donated, and they had that roof back on that church before Sunday. I was impressed. There was skid loaders towards. Oh wow! All right, that was a little bit of lightning. As I said before, this cloud-to-ground lightning is very intense. Never find your flashlights anywhere along this line of storms. I'm pretty sure it's knocking out electricity. But anyway, it's important to locate a tornado visually and tell 911 exactly where it's at, so they can put the warnings out down the line. That was the largest tornado I've ever seen. And that's why we're out here. A lot of people don't take warnings seriously. And if you look at the number of people that was killed over in Kentucky a week or so ago in Somerset.
You have to bear left on the pharmacy line.
Okay. In Somerset and Loudon. Look at, oh man. Okay. We're back in the middle of this storm again. How do I do this? You look at the ages of the fatalities in those two cities in eastern Kentucky, most of them are over the age of 55, probably went to bed early. The older people took out their hearing aids and probably never heard the warnings go out when it hit. Did I went left there?
Yes.
Okay. When that's going to turn into evening.
Yes. Is this here?
See, I think,
What is it?
I think power's already out here. We don't see a large area without any lights.
In my case, now you get to the left hand
So any of those flashes of lightning could have took out the transformers. Man, there's a lot of cloud of ground lightning out here.
We missed the turn. This is taking us back to the main road that we're supposed to be on.
To go which direction?
To go to Eden.
Okay, well, as long as we get a lot of cloud and ground lightning out here. These lights are on, but these are the only two lights we see. The building itself has no lights on it. I'm wondering if those are on a separate circuit.
371. Yeah. And then we're going to take a right up to 87 South. We're going to take a right onto 87 South.
This?
Yes. That says one
I'm
way.
gonna wait till this, huh?
It says one way right here.
Yeah. Well, then, one way on the other side.
Oh.
And that or me and that car in front of me going the wrong direction. Yeah, I can see better without it. Cloud ground lightning is intense. But I'll take it over hell any day. Highway 87. We're leaving San Angelo, headed to Eden. Storms over towards Eden and Ballinger look like they're getting less intense. We've got a lot of high winds out here. Just too still popping up. I think lightning over hell any day though. This is Highway 87. We're moving southeast towards Eden and Brady, Texas. We just left San Angelo. Out here are pretty strong and constant. I said we got 35, 40 mile an hour sustained winds. I'm almost having to turn the steering wheel at 25 degrees to the left into the wind just to keep it straight on this highway. Once again, we hardly ever have to do this. I may have to pull over. We're right in the middle of this storm now. It caught up with us before we could get out of San Angelo. We're heading towards Eden, but we're right in the middle of this cell. It's going over San Angelo, but it's so big it's all the way out here. So we got to be at least 5 miles out of town. This keeps up, they're going to have to keep this storm warm for a while. Man, these winds are at least 30 to 40 mile an hour sustained. And then we hit gusts every now and then. It's even more intense. And the lightning hasn't diminished at all inside the storm. Up, sign down. Another information sign down on 87 out here. These are the winds that are causing most of the damage. They must still be moving more southeast for us to be back in them again. We are literally right in the middle of this storm. They don't appear to be letting up. Now that we're back in them, the winds seem like they're just as strong as they were an hour ago, and the lightning is still just as intense. We don't see any lights out here anywhere. These winds are blowing power lines into each other and probably blowing transformers. If you live anywhere between San Angelo and Brady, and probably 20 miles either side, you better find your flashlight. You got batteries, put them in your radio so you can still listen. So if the wind don't get the power, the cloud to ground power flashes certainly will. We saw lightning take out a whole power station a few weeks ago over in Sloan, and when it hit, that whole power station blew up. Still got sustained winds out here on 87. Headed to Eden. Eden and Brady, you may not be feeling this yet, but there's going to be an outflow wind barrier that's going to hit you before the storm stage. And then these storms have got sustained winds of 25 to 40 miles an hour in them. Pretty intense lightning that's leaving clouds around. Woo! That was a gust. We drove about 3 or 4 miles now. We've yet to see any lights on anywhere. No street lights, no farm lights, no house lights. This is Highway 87, southeast into Eden and Brady. It hasn't quite got to Eden and Brady yet, but when it does, it's going to be just as intense as that flash of lightning right there that clouds the ground. A lot of people without electricity right now. From Florida, this is like driving through a Category 1 or 2 hurricane. This doesn't last as long. Be sure to subscribe if you're new to this channel. Be sure to subscribe. We're trying to hit 3,000 before Saturday, and I think we're only about 15 or 20 away. Also, we've got a lot of video we got to post of the Des Moines, Marion, Illinois tornado and the Kansas, mile-wide Kansas CF3 tornado that we have not posted yet. We do have some clips out there to show you what they look like, but we'll be posting full videos of the highlights of those two. Actually, we got 3, 4, but we got a tornado the other night up in West Texas. Brief touchdown, but we took a picture of it and sent to the weather service. And, but I don't think there was any damage to any homes or outbuildings or anything, so they may not even count it. But we did catch it as it came out of the New Mexico into Texas. Parts of this storm line that are very intense. Woo. Again, we'll probably back up to sustained winds of 35 to 40. It's blowing up all over the road. Frequent lightning is back. Try to find out where we're at here in just a second. Somewhere on 87 headed to east. Looks like we're about halfway between San Angelo and Eden. I think we're about to pull out of this storm line here for a second. Dancourt? We're right on the edge of this storm. We should be pulling out of it in a minute. But I don't think it's made it to Eden yet. Whoa! Like I said, there's parts of this storm that are very intense. The same winds outside the car has got to be at least 30, 40 miles an hour. Very intense, but no hail. That's the part. The hail, I think, is pretty much gone out of this storm. You're in front of this storm. We haven't seen any light on any light poles or houses in about 5 miles now or more. So you better find your flashlight before it gets to Eden and Brady and anywhere south of that location. Trees near you. Go to the other end of the house, because this has enough wind to blow tree limbs off onto the house. The first thing, find the flashlight. Plug your cell phone in. Make sure you get as much charge in it as possible. The power's got to be out here. Melvin, Rochelle. Find your flashlight. Stay away from the windows because of the lightning and the wind. And be aware if you've got a storm coming in, there's pushing some wind, some lightning, and a lot of rain. We're just outside of Eden, about 5 to 8 miles, so it's going to be to you pretty quick. I'll take that back. We're probably, well, the thing is, we're moving more to the east-southeast, and that sign back here says 6. And trees and tree limbs down in San Angelo. We saw a bunch of police and fire and EMS going to north from where we just came from. And we knew it was pretty bad out that way. So this storm line is pushing enough wind that at the minimum you're going to lose power probably for a little while. Don't take it for granted. If you're in Eden, Brady, Rochelle, Melvin, anywhere south of San Angelo and those other places, this line of storms is headed your way. When they do get there, the lightning is going to be pretty intense, particularly the cloud-to-ground lightning. These are big flashes. Trying to tell you where the line is. We are just outside Eden, about 15 miles, but we're moving to the east-southeast, so that doesn't mean anything, because we can see them off to the left about 5 miles out. We're coming in on Eden. And El Dorado, Menard, you got hit the other night with storms. So this will be your second round this week. But El Dorado and Menard and Brady, Eden, Brownwood, you're getting ready to get hit with a big one. Y'all need to find your flashlights just in case you lose power. Plug your phones in, get as much power in them as possible before it hits, just in case you lose electricity. And have a pair of shoes near you. If you knew how many times people got hit by storms, the first thing you want to do is run outside and see how bad things got damaged. They didn't have the shoes on, and they were treating them for major cuts and damage to their feet. These are not tornadic cells at this point. There's no tornadoes in them, but they're straight line winds that can cause low level, like EF0, EF1 damage. That's why they put a severe thunderstorm warning out on them. I'm not a meteorologist and don't pretend to be, but the National Weather Service doesn't put out severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings lightly. They do it because they know they've had reports of damage or they can see the potential on the radar of damage. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to subscribe. We're trying to get 3,000 before the weekend's up, before May ends, with the peak of this tornado season. We're still going to be out there, but just kind of a small goal for us to get to. We've spent about 7 weeks on the road now since the 1st or middle of April. And we got a lot of video we're going to be posting, so if you subscribe, hit that notification bell, you'll know when we post the video or the next time we go live on the storm. And you never know where we're going to show up. And I'm very surprised. Last year we spent, seemed like a week and a half in Iowa, in Nebraska, and Kansas, and this year we haven't been to Nebraska but one time, and we haven't been to Iowa at all, and we only been to the far western part of Kansas twice. Once we got that mile-wide tornado on the 18th, and yesterday. Into Eden, Texas. So far, no storms here. We've been out of the storms now for about 5 miles or more. But these storms are still intense, and when they get there, they're going to be very intense. Here and in Brady and in Brownwood. Brownwood, you're probably beginning to feel it right now. Be sure you've got a flashlight. And plug your cell phones in. Those that haven't subscribed, subscribe. Go back and look at the Marion, Illinois tornado we posted on from the 16th of May, and the mile-wide tornado we filmed in Kansas on the 18th, just 2 days later. We're still in awe that nobody was killed and there was no serious injuries in either one of those tornadoes. The Kansas mile-wide tornado, they classified as an EF3. The half-mile to three-quarter-mile wide tornado in Marion, Illinois, was actually rated an EF4 for the amount of damage. I know in one area we saw 2 houses totally destroyed and off their foundations, and it got an EF4 rating. But again, no fatalities in either one of those tornadoes, and no serious injuries. Mostly bruises and scratches.
Storm Rush WX, hi, like, and subscribe to your channel.
Appreciate that. Like I said, we're trying to hit 3,000 before the end of May, which is only a couple days away. And we've got plenty of video out there to post, and plenty of video already posted that you'll find interesting. Particularly that lightning strike in Killeen 3 weeks ago that blew that transformer, not just a transformer, but then there's a secondary explosion that blew the entire relay station up. And that, we just happened to catch that because we had the cameras going. We wasn't even, well, we were live streaming at the time, and just happened to have the cameras going and caught it. And that's posted out on our YouTube channel also. Like I said, we don't do this for thrills. We do it because, you know, where else are you going to see Mother Nature at its best and at its worst and can film it? You know, you can watch documentaries, but it's not like being there actually seeing it. And secondly, we use the video that we take, we supply it to the Weather Service, to the researchers, that are studying tornado genesis, and we use it for storm awareness classes back in our home state of Tennessee. So, you know, for age-appropriate classes in high school, we go over, you know, the seriousness of a storm, and don't take them lightly, and don't go storm chasing if you don't know what you're doing, because storm chasing is not a safe in any manner. You need to do a whole lot of studying to know what you're looking at and how to stay away from the bad stuff. And we teach them, you know, if you're under tornado warning, just don't sit in your house and hope you don't get hit. Have a flashlight, have a weather radar on your phone, look at it, see how close the tornado warning is to where you live, because people sits in their houses and hopes it don't hit them and die. A good example is Rolling Fork, Mississippi 2 years ago. We were, multiple storm chasers were reporting it on the ground, providing live pictures and video of it, but long before it ever hit Rolling Fork, one chaser actually drove through town to videotape the town real quick in front of the tornado before it hit, and still 26 people died. Your idea of protecting yourself and sitting at home saying, "Whoa, I hope it don't hit my house," that is not the best way to prepare for a tornado, or when you're put under a tornado warning. So again, we've still got these storms headed towards Eden and Brady, and Brownwood's probably getting hit right now, actually. So you might be right in the middle of it. But if you hadn't lost electricity yet, you need to find a flashlight, plug your phone in, get as much charge in it as possible. Everybody should have power cells. I carry 3 with me. A power cell can recharge your phone at least 3 to 5 times if it's a good one. But if you lose electricity, your phone's only going to work so long before it runs out of battery. I buy everybody at Christmas every year in their stockings, I don't care how old they are, they get power packs for their cell phones. Eden and Brady, Texas.
Storm pushed up west and it chased a big supercell in northwestern Oklahoma last night and got some great pics.
Oh, that's good. We didn't even know there was going to be anything over there. We got some great mothership pictures that we haven't posted yet in video. That was a huge supercell that came into northwest Oklahoma. Oh, well, then if you were up there, you got pictures like we did. We just haven't posted ours yet. But that was a, you know, if we hadn't seen anything else this month, that storm was worth videotaping. That was just a classic supercell. Mothership landing, and then we had to drive into the whale's mouth to see what was inside.
Annette says, my first time watching your channel. I have a big fear of storms. I am in Johnson City. Do you think you will be going far? I live in an RV and I'm very worried about winds.
Johnson City. Let's you in Johnson City, because we have a Johnson City in Tennessee, and there's probably a Johnson City in every state, because we're finding out that every state's got a Nashville, and it seems like we've drove through every Nashville in every state over the last 5 years. You shouldn't have a fear of storms as long as you're prepared and you understand it. You know, if it's lightning, stay away from the windows, because the lightning can come in. If you know ahead of time there's going to be a lot of lightning, unplug all your electronics, or have your electronics plugged into a power circuit or power backup, where you only pull one plug and it unplugs all your electronics. That'll keep the power, the electrical charge from coming into the house as much as possible. If you don't have a ground circuit, or like if you got an outdoor antenna or something like that, that certainly ground your house to an outside ground. That means you put a metal pole, half-inch metal pole in the ground 6 feet, and that'll help deflect the lightning.
Johnson City, Texas. It's close to Marble Falls. We're in Eden.
Alright, so if you're in Eden, we're in Eden now, and we can see the lightning off to the left, and it's headed into town, but it probably won't be here about 10 or 15 minutes. You'll feel the wind before you hear the rain.
Oh, this is us in Eden, and that's Johnson City, Texas.
Okay, these storms are going to come to Johnson City. I don't know how powerful they'll be when they get there, but assuming they don't diminish any more than they have, you're going to get, first of all, a outflow wind before the storm gets there, and you're going to hear that. Then you're going to get wind with the storm, but it's only getting up to about 30 or 35 right now, I think. There may be higher gusts, but they're not that high. May lose a tree limb or two. The biggest thing with this storm is a lot of rain. It's going to make a lot of noise because of all the lightning that's in it. It's not the lightning noise that's going to hurt you. It's going to be, just stay away from the windows. And don't take a shower or turn the water on or wash your hands during an electrical storm, because it can come in on the pipes, even on PVC pipes. If your home is plumbed with PVC, it comes in on the water, and so just stay away. Don't turn water on, don't take a shower, stay away from the windows, and you should be fine. If you think that the lightning struck close to you, don't go outside and check it, because it could be a tree down, could be power lines down. That's when you should call, your fire department or somebody to come out and check. If you think that the electricity got, the lightning strike was close enough that it either hit your house or hit something right outside your house. Generally what will happen, and I've seen this a lot, even when I was a fire chief, if lightning hits, the first thing it said, other than losing your electrical power, your fire alarms go off. So that's why just be sure you got some kind of a flashlight, charge your cell phones up. If you're in Johnson City, you got plenty of time to go look for a flashlight and plug your phone in and get as much charge in it as possible. The thunder isn't the worst part about a thunderstorm. It's just stay away from the windows and don't use any water faucets until the storm passes. So Eden, you're going to get this in about 15 minutes. It's dry now, but we can see the lightning coming in, and the wind isn't here yet. That means that it probably hadn't hit Brady yet either. Apache, though, is getting hit right now. And I hope they prepared for it. These storms are nowhere near as bad as they were an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, before they came through Big Springs. Before they came through Big Springs, these were full supercells that had cloud tops up to 60,000 feet. And to put that in perspective, if you fly a commercial plane, you're flying at 38,000 feet, and the cloud tops on those were at 60,000 feet. Had huge hail in it. A lot of chasers, storm spotters lost their windows this afternoon to the hail. The hail was as big as golf balls, but it's nowhere near that intense. We were in it back in San Angelo and Silver City or Sterling City. And it's got high winds at the front end, lots of lightning, and pretty hard rain. You're going to hear the wind long before you're going to hear the wind and see the lightning long before the rain gets there.
Do I have to worry about my RV tipping over and where my bed is right by a window?
I don't think you got to worry about your RV. These winds aren't near what they were this afternoon before they got to Big Springs. The last, back in San Angelo when they came through, we measured them. We've got an anerometer in the vehicle. We measured those. They got up and sustained for about 35 miles an hour for a couple of minutes. We had a couple of gusts up to about 55 to 60 miles an hour. I don't even think the storm has that kind of wind in it right now. So your RV's fine. Biggest thing in this one at this point is probably just the lightning. And
she says, and thank you so much for following the storm. I live alone and I am very nervous.
Keep your phone close to you and charged and have a flashlight, and you ought to be fine. I've been in hotels. I carry a flashlight even when I stay in a hotel. I've had hotels go dark, and when they go dark, there's emergency lighting in the hallways, but there's not emergency lighting in your hotel room. So flashlight makes you feel a lot more comfortable that you know at least where you're at, where you're walking to. And your cell phone, it takes a lot for cell phone towers to go down. Generally, we've only lost cell towers to where we didn't have radar or cell coverage when there was an actual tornado that was an EF3 or bigger. Cell towers, that's why they're so low to the ground, they just hardly ever go down. It takes a lot to push a cell phone tower or any communication tower down. I know in lower Alabama towards Gulf Shores near Pensacola, where I'm from originally, there's a 1,000-foot antenna tower, TV antennas at the top, and then you got all the law enforcement, EMS, coming right at us.
I don't know.
Hopefully it's just a car, but it looks like he's in our lane. See?
Yeah.
No, he just had bright lights on one side. I couldn't see another side. That's crazy. But anyway, there's a 1,000-foot antenna tower there. Even with all the hurricanes we've had come through that area, that tower's never went down. So you should be fine with your cell phone and a flashlight. even if you're by yourself. Watch a movie on your cell phone. Always be sure to have a power pack for your cell phone. To have backup power, I carry 3 of them. I over prepare. I stay at hotel rooms. I take a flashlight in with me. Matter of fact, I carry 2 of them with me. One in my briefcase and one in my computer case and one in my backpack. I had that happen to me one time, and I was up on the 7th floor of that hotel, and I won't stay in another hotel without a flashlight. People forget about the basics in storms, and I was on the Red Cross Board of Directors down in Pensacola area, and headed up disaster services for the Red Cross for many years, and we taught this long before I became an EMS director and part of the county emergency management. But we teach the basics. I agree with you. When I left Pensacola area and was recruited to go to Louisville, Kentucky, to head up the largest ambulance service in Kentucky at that time. The first month I was there, I had a general to dispatch, and when I got there, they were tracking 9 tornadoes coming through the Louisville, Kentucky area. And I said, "Do what?" I thought they were pulling a joke on me, because I was a new guy. But they said, "No, this is pretty routine for us this time of year." And they said, "But you ought to be used to this. You're from Florida. All them hurricanes you went through." I said, "Let me tell you about a hurricane. We know it's coming a week to 2 weeks in advance. We know where it's going to cross land at least 3 or 4 or 5 days ahead of time. We got plenty of time to evacuate everybody. In the last 24 hours, we're just hunkered down waiting for it to pass." I said, "These tornadoes come down wherever they want to, and they don't give us prior notice, right?" They said, "Oh, well, you got a point." Yeah, I go through a hurricane at least up to a category 3, as long as I'm not on the beach. Because anybody who stays near the beach during a hurricane, good luck. And that's what we used to tell them. Give us your next of kin and a phone number to call if we can't find you afterwards. Yeah, these tornadoes, that's why it's so important to us. And every time we call in, like in Illinois the other day, I think I was the first or second caller into 911 to let them know exactly where we saw the tornado on the ground, what direction it was moving, and how big we thought it was. And the same thing in Kansas. I think I was the first call, told them exactly where it was on the ground, and told them I was, a trained spotter, and this is the largest tornado I've ever seen. You better get everybody underground and out of the way. And then what we do as part of our storm awareness training is we go back to see if a town got hit. In the case of Illinois, we drove up on Creel Springs just a minute or 2 after it passed, and that's where the worst damage was. So we literally followed the tornado there to see, and we asked how much notice they got, and some of them got no notice. The ones that were outside said they could hear the tornado sirens off in the distance, but I don't know if Creel Springs actually had a siren in that community, which was several miles outside town. So some of them got no notice before it hit, but it was moving pretty fast. And by the way, that tornado that hit Illinois, that supercell that dropped that tornado was the exact same supercell that continued on 300 miles and dropped those tornadoes in Somerset and Loudon, Kentucky, and killed all those people there. So that's what we try to stay on top of, is these supercells that form, that last for hours and hours and get big, and then recycle after they lose some of their energy. They can get just as big or bigger. They can keep dropping tornadoes for hundreds of miles. And then same with Kansas the other day. We went back into that town. We called the night before to see if they needed help, and they said there was no injuries and no serious injuries and no fatalities that they were aware of. So we didn't go back that night, but the next day I went back and spent several hours there with the residents, and they got 6 minutes notice. It just happens that that town was only about a football field and a half to 2 football fields long. Everybody already had a plan, and as soon as the siren went off, all of them ran down the street and got in the basement of the church, and that's why none of them were injured or killed.
And that says Johnson City has no warning sirens or shelters nearby.
I wouldn't be surprised. Probably 4 out of 10 times if we're in a town reporting a tornado, reporting severe weather that should have turned the sirens on, there is no sirens. In the state of Tennessee, and I'm ashamed to say this, we have no community tornado shelters. But after the big tornado outbreak in 2011, Mississippi, one of the lowest income states of all 50, Mississippi and Alabama put in for federal grant money, and they've got community shelters in almost every town. Because every time we're there and people see us on the side of the road, watching a storm, they said if you happen to need it, we got a community shelter right down there about a half mile on the right. But in Tennessee, I don't know of any. And these shelters are big enough to hold 40 to 100 people in most cases. It just takes somebody getting on the bandwagon and getting people involved to get one built. We had a small community near my hometown just back in April, 2nd and 3rd. Tornado was on the ground 20 miles to the southeast of them, and we were trying to get everybody. 2 o'clock in the morning, I couldn't believe how many people was out in that small community at the Waffle House and the gas stations. And I can still remember this lady's voice. She said, "Honey, where do I go to be safe?" And I did not know what to tell her, except go back in the store and tell the clerk, because I've already told the clerk it's coming. If it happens to come, get in the icebox. But it's a shame that in my own state, I couldn't tell the lady at 2 o'clock in the morning where she could go to be safe.
And that says maybe I need to send a letter to the mayor.
That's what I'd do. And up there in that town that got hit in Kansas the other day, the people I talked to that lived just 2 miles out of town never even heard sirens. They didn't know until their phone went off. By the time their phone went off, it was already on the ground, and it was going through that community that got hit. One of them said she was going to her state legislators, and she knew, and trying to get the state to do something about putting in shelters, or at least a better warning system. I know in my county in Tennessee, the one thing I can brag about is that they will let us know, as does Vanderbilt University that I work for, because I work in ICU. They put out notifications on the phone systems that bad weather's coming in, that we're under a watch, under a warning, or when we do go under a warning, our phones go off long before the weather service hits the switch. And by the time you get the weather service warning that you're in the path of a possible tornado, or there's a tornado warning in your area, you're within 5 miles of it. But I certainly encourage everybody to download a weather app to their phone so they can look and see if those storms are in the area or your community or your house. Don't be afraid of storms. Just be prepared for them if they happen. The tornado warning out, think that your house may be in the path of it. Have a plan of where you're going to go in the next 5 minutes to be safe. If not in your house, where are you going to go? Does a neighbor have a tornado shelter? Does a church have a basement down the street? Is there a parking garage somewhere you can park it? When we're out and about, we've used parking garages several times to, in case, we were close enough that in case it did hit, that's made of concrete and rebar. I don't know of any parking garages that's hit the ground during a severe tornado. Next time, right?
Yep, that's where we're going.
How far? It can't be right over.
It's in 9 miles. It was Brady. I put in San Angelo, but now this one is recycling, so I don't know if I should go down to the north instead.
So we're about 8 or 9 miles from Brady. Still, we don't have any rain here. I don't even see lightning here. But Eden is probably getting hit right now behind us. So Eden, I hope you're hunkered down, got a flashlight, got your phone charged. But it's over on top of you right now. Brady, you probably got another, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And that says, well, thank you for your encouragement. You've made me feel a little safer.
You can only be afraid of something if you're not prepared for it.
I'm going to try to get some sleep. They're supposed to hit around 2 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I'd do. Just keep your phone turned up. If they get serious enough, they'll put out a warning on your phone. But I don't think you got anything to worry about. I think these aren't going to be anywhere near as intense as they were above Interstate 20 this afternoon. The Weather Service is going to keep them severe warned though, just because of the wind and the lightning. But like I said, we haven't seen a tornado warning put on any of these in hours now, and probably those warnings, because tornado warnings are not only put out just for possible tornadoes. If the ground level winds and straight line winds exceed what an EF0, EF1 tornado would put out, they'll put out a tornado warning, because those winds, even though they're straight line and not rotating, can be just as devastating to roofs and houses and trees as if it was a tornado. A good example is that derecho I sat in South Carolina, South Dakota 3 or 4 years ago. I had just found out what a derecho was about 6 months before that. And even watching live video that somebody had shot similar to what we do, it just, I couldn't grasp the concept. And when I walked out of that Lowe's, I was actually going to chase tornadoes up in Watertown, about 30-40 miles further north, and I stopped in Brookings there by the interstate to get some batteries at Lowe's. And when I come out, that monster storm was sitting there in front of me, and I go, okay, where'd you come from? And for a minute there, I wasn't sure. I'd never seen anything like that. I mean, it went from daylight to couldn't see my headlights in front of my car in like 5 minutes. And once the clouds come over me, it only took 2 minutes to go completely dark. And it stayed that way for almost 15 minutes. And then when a little bit of light did start coming through, it still looked like it was 5 o'clock in the morning and dusk. 107-mile-an-hour winds. I think that the governor, who's now head of Homeland Security, but she was governor of South Dakota at the time, said on the news that that was the largest storm South Dakota had ever had hit. And I know one of the highway patrolmen secured me because all the ambulances were tied up running calls, houses were destroyed, and these were just straight line winds. I think we checked at least 50 semis understood got flipped on the interstates around there, and I know me and that highway patrolman checked at least 15 to be sure there wasn't any injuries out there. And they closed off that whole section, about 15-20 miles of interstate for almost 12 hours so they could get all those semis at least over into one lane so they could open one lane of the interstate. I had never seen so many semi-tractor trailers overturned in just a short distance. So we're going to make it down here to Brady. These storms look like they're winding down, except the one going through, getting ready to go through, I can't pronounce it. It's close to San Saba. So San Saba and Galway, y'all getting ready to get that storm. That's probably the last intense one. And I look for it to start diminishing here anytime. I'm surprised it's almost midnight they're still this strong. But I would assume in the next couple hours these things won't be anywhere near as intense as they were even an hour ago. Say it's probably okay to go to bed, but I'd keep a flashlight right next to me and my cell phone turned up and right next to me until these storms pass. Like I told some of them earlier, we were actually headed back to Nashville today when we left the hotel until they put out this enhanced risk down here that we wasn't ready for them to put out. We didn't think anything down here was going to be that intense today. And a whole bunch of us come down this way, and the wind inside and the hail inside these storms were pretty intense north of Interstate 20. So we're actually going to there's a sign right there.
2.7 miles.
That sign said right here, we turn 283 to go to San Angelo.
Oh. Okay, that's a different direction. It's not what MapQuest gave me.
What is that road that goes over there? What is that road? 19? Oh, that must have been a shortcut across. We'll go your way. So we're actually going to go to San Angelo. And we should be there before the storms come in.
Annette says, thank you and be careful. Hope you have a peaceful day.
Well, we got to start heading back to Nashville in by daylight. I actually got to go back to work Sunday night in the ICU. I'm not a nurse. I'm a cardiac technologist or technician. I read EKGs, interpret them, and try to determine for the providers whether it's serious, the arrhythmia, cardiac related, something they've had for a long time, or medical related. Some infections and anemia, if they're low in blood, cause some of the worst cardiac arrhythmias, but they're not heart related, they're medical related. So it helps the providers, the doctors and nurse practitioners and all to know what they need to treat. You'd be surprised what you can tell from an EKG. I can tell if your electrolytes are off. It's not 100% like any other medical diagnostic test. It's not 100% foolproof. With the experience I've got, I can pretty much be pretty sure it's medical versus cardiac, and try to point them in the right direction.
Half a mile, take a left onto West White Street. West White Street.
Right there, he's coming out.
I believe so, yes.
Here.
Yes. And in 8/10 of a mile, you're going to take a left onto North Bridge Street.
Talking about the basics, everybody is selling their old GPSs, Garmin's, and TomToms. Oh, I've got maps, Google Maps on my phone. I don't need those anymore. Let me tell you, there's a lot of places that don't have cell coverage. When we're out here chasing storms, tornadoes take cell towers down, and we lose cell coverage.
It'll be at the stop sign.
And you just never know when you're going to need one of those to get you out of a bad spot and get you back where you need to go via satellites versus cell phone towers. Just to show you how important we think they are, we have 3 backup GPSs in our car.
Take a left right here. We're clear. And in 3/10 of a mile, you're going to take a right onto 190 East.
Y'all be surprised how much the people that watch our channels has helped us. We had he was on there earlier. I don't know if he's still on, but Sirius was on here the next, right here where that truck's at. Sirius that was on there earlier actually gave me the directions to get down to that half-mile wide tornado, but I got turned around initially, and actually the directions he gave us put us pretty much on the road we needed to get in there, and then we had to take some we had to deviate a little bit just so we didn't get hit by a tornado. And then up in Nebraska last year, we were running out of gas out in western Nebraska, and somebody actually found us a gas station at 10 o'clock at night that was closed but kept the pumps on till, all night long. If it hadn't been for that, we'd been sitting there all night waiting for a gas station to open up and bring us gas.
This will take us all the way to San Angelo.
And what's really crazy is the next biggest audience that we have outside the United States is Brazil, who wanted me to bring Alan Jackson down there with me and come visit, because they were into country music down there in Brazil. Second is India, and then the UK and Europe. Far from San Saba. That biggest storm that's still pretty intense is headed there. So we shouldn't be long getting there to see how intense that one still is. Still on there, you're getting a treat tonight. Generally it won't let me do a horizontal video on YouTube. It requires me to do a vertical, which is actually better. News stations and all will tell you they'd rather have video in a vertical format than horizontal, but for some reason it wouldn't let me do vertical tonight and it allowed me to do horizontal, which gives you a wider view on the live stream. And you can turn your phone sideways and get a full video. I've had a lot of people ask me to do that in the past, and I've tried, and it shut the video part of the live stream down until I turned it back horizontally. So I'm not sure. We've had a couple of problems, as others have, this past couple of weeks with getting the live stream out on YouTube. I've actually had to restart mine a couple of times. They were moving in that direction, even though we're on this 190 in the San Angelo. We're on a piece of this road that we're moving to the northeast, so we're basically pointed more towards Brownwood. Man. Up here, but we gotta go see. We need to let the weather service know. I bet he was a high profile truck, so I would assume he looked like a panel truck or something. I know the wind is picking up here, so maybe that's what he had ran into and he was trying to warn us about the storm. But we're a pretty good ways from it, actually.
We're driving through Rochelle now.
This is Rochelle, so I don't know why.
Oh yeah, look at the trees.
Yeah, he must have been trying to warn us about this wind. So these storms still have an outflow on them. I can tell you, before we even get to you, you're going to be hit by these storms. We're already feeling the wind here at Rochelle, and the wind here at Rochelle is pretty strong. You're going to get this storm before we can even get over to you. The wind here at Rochelle is already picking up. You're on Highway 190, and we can see the lightning off in the distance. Matter of fact, Richland Springs, you're going to get hit before we even get to you, I think. You're the next town we're going to come into, but we see it already almost moving into your town, your community. Rochelle are pretty bad. So we're about 3 miles east of Rochelle now on Highway 190. The winds are picking up. We haven't had any rain yet. Pretty rough here. We're still 10 miles out of Richland Springs. Man, this wind. It is really blowing the car around. About 7 miles out of Richland Springs, Texas on Highway 190. The wind flow of this storm is already hitting here. It's really blowing across this road from north to south. About 10 or 15 minutes from getting this storm. We can see it out to the left of the live stream. You can probably see the lightning already on the video. Getting ready to drive into the core of this storm. We can see it off to the left. It's got a lot of lightning in it. We're already feeling the outflow of the wind from the storm. You're getting ready to get hit. I don't know if we're going to make it there before you do. We can see the storm that's coming to you right out of our left side of the live stream. The wind is already picking up. You may already be hearing it howl through the trees at your house. Sometimes these storms, particularly the electrical storms, mess up our connection with the cell tower for anywhere from a few seconds to almost a minute. But we generally always comes back. Be pretty intense in San Saba here. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Just be sure you got a flashlight and your cell phone's charged. Just bear with it until it passes. Stay away from the windows if you're getting a lot of lightning. And don't turn any water on or water faucets on. Try to wash your hands or anything when it's lightning. So we're about 3 miles from Richland Springs. This thing's pushing in pretty fast. We'll never make it to San Saba before it hits, but whatever we see in the next 10 minutes is probably what San Saba is going to be getting. If we get up here and find a good place, we'll point off into the north-northwest direction. Hey, glad to have you on board. We're getting ready to get into some gnarly weather here with a storm coming into San Saba, Texas. technically, I would have been 2 hours ago in Memphis having fried catfish and ribs at the Blues Cafe. But we saw that the Weather Service had put out an enhanced risk down this way in Texas, and figured we'd have one more big hurrah before we left Texas on storm chasing.
Oh, and co-pilot. Hi, Vicky.
Lisa also monitors our chat now, since we've had some youngins get on here that apparently don't know how to act right.
James says that storm has a pretty good bow to it. Probably some stout winds.
We're feeling some of them winds now on the highway. They're probably not too high right now, but they're pushing north to south pretty heavily ahead of this storm. We had that same thing happening over in Sterling City and San Angelo when they came through there. I don't think they're going to be quite as intense as they were in those two cities, but they still look out here in the sky with all the lightning and the wind that we're feeling. Look like they're going to be pretty gnarly, pretty intense for a little while. I don't think it's anything to worry about, but we have seen a lot of areas behind us without power because of either the wind blowing the power lines together and blowing transformers, or lightning strikes blowing transformers. Nothing worse than lights going out and you don't have a way to get around. And I never can find out. Any other time I can turn my light on my cell phone, but just when I need it, I can't remember where to go to turn it on. But sometimes you need a flashlight so you can have your cell phone to call for help. So we're coming into Richmond Springs here on 190, and it's just beginning to move in here. So we're going to slide on down to San Saba and be there hopefully when it comes through, so we can report how bad it's getting. We're headed to San Saba. We'll be there in about 15, 20. I think we might actually make it before this storm hits, but Richmond Springs is getting ready to get hit in the next 10, 15 minutes. I mean, it's right on top of them.
I already said that on so it's about 10 miles or so to San Saba. 14 miles to San Saba. That is
goodness, we're coming into San Saba, Texas. They've had a line of severe thunderstorms coming through here. They were actually tornado warned above Interstate 20, but they've diminished to some degree. Still got a lot of lightning, still got a lot of wind in them. It's still going to be gnarly when they come through. People will know that they're here just from the thunder, if nothing else. About 15 minutes from hitting San Saba. There'll be a line of outflow winds that's going to hit first. That's how it's been almost all night. And then the front line of the storm has got pretty intense lightning and wind and rain associated with it. They're not tornadic at all at this point, but they're going to be pretty intense. If you're new here and haven't subscribed, be sure to subscribe and hit the notification button. We've got a lot of good videos from this last 7 weeks of chasing during peak tornado season, including about 5 or 6 tornado intercepts that we got, including that mile-wide wedge tornado in Kansas on the 18th, and the Marion, Illinois tornado on the 16th, 2 days earlier. And we're going to be posted. We've already got some short 2-minute videos out there so you can see it. But we got some really good video on our 4K cameras that we'll be posting. And we're also trying to get 3,000 subscribers before the end of the month. So that's kind of just a personal goal of ours. But we certainly want y'all not to miss those videos and the other videos we've already posted. Particularly of what we call our blue tornado, the Scott Air Force Base when we took. It was only a couple hundred yards away when it hit a transformer, and when the transformer blew, it lit the whole tornado up in blue light. And that's already posted out there too. I think so far there's 118, give or take, videos out there of storm events over the last few years, and we've still got another probably 20 to 40 that we need to post just from this year, and particularly the last 7 weeks. Like storms or don't like storms, you can still watch them. Obviously, we survived them, so you won't see anybody getting hurt or worse. And we've only got a couple of videos we absolutely will not post. One of them was Plantersville, Alabama this year, We filmed the tornado at night, just before it hit that town. And when we drove into the town, they were still doing search and rescue for those people that the house fell in on. So that part of the video we won't ever post. I'm gonna do a documentary type 30-minute video though on Sloan that got hit for that mile-wide tornado on the 18th. I spent a lot of time with those people the next day and talked to them, and that'll be from the beginning of the chase in Big Bend, Kansas, until we talked to them, and I'm going to go back to visit them one more time once everything is fixed. But I think they're going to have everything fixed in that town pretty quick with all the help that came in for them. But that's a story that needs to be told. And how a small community like that worked together, not only to keep everybody alive, but how the other communities around them came in within just a couple of hours to start clearing the streets so emergency vehicles and people that was going to help could get in.
We're coming into San Saba.
All right, I believe this is San Saba. We're going to try to get somewhere away from these city lights to park. And there's going to be a lot of lightning with this storm. We can see it out to our left. Try to find a place here outside the city lights to park where we can get a good view of this storm when it comes in.
There is a Sloan, Texas.
Yeah, okay. I need the route south here.
Highway 16.
We can't get forward.
Goes to Cherokee.
San Saba. We're gonna San Saba, Texas, and as you notice, there's no rain now. That's gonna change substantially here in the next 15 minutes.
2 miles, take a right onto 16 South. That'll bring you to Jericho.
just in this area first of the week.
Okay, 8/10 of a mile to take a left to 16 north.
So we're going to take a north and go just a little bit out of town here. The storm's almost here. So here's what we always wonder. It's 12:30 in the morning. There's still people on the street, still people at the gas stations. Everybody else is home. Are they aware this storm's getting ready to hit this town? Or they have been aware, but they know it's not that big a deal when they went to bed? So technically, this storm is nothing to worry about, and they could have went to bed. But if this was a tornado storm coming in tonight, does this town have sirens, or don't they have sirens? We know a lot of towns we've been in had no sirens and no warnings. Somebody earlier on the chat told us their town doesn't have any sirens. So, you know, when we do go into a town and we're wondering, you know, we're chasing a storm that may be tornado warned, we normally would stop at those gas stations anywhere we saw people and let them know something's coming. Because we can't assume that they have sirens in any town, or that the sirens will be turned on. Oh, we got a lot of wind picking up here. So we're going to go north out of San Saba, enough to get out of these street lights. You can see that storm that's coming in right in front of us. We're going to see how strong it is now. It shouldn't be anywhere near as strong as it was earlier. There's going to be a lot of lightning in this storm. This thing's going to hit just any minute. Trees so we can get a little bit of a view. I don't know if you can hear, but the wind is just howling around the car. We're driving into a headwind. Morning. We'll be okay. The storm's not near as bad as it was a couple hours ago.
Right there is the. It isn't past the.
I always park on the opposite side of the power lines. We're here by an airport. These are big raindrops. There's going to be a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with these storms. So we're in San Saba, just north of town, about a mile or two. And the wind's not as bad as it was in the storms earlier tonight over in San Angelo and Sterling City. Looks like the lightning may be though.
Phil says amazing lightning.
Yeah, I can handle the lightning. I can't handle the hail. This is San Saba, Texas. We're, give you some idea, we're northwest of Austin and southwest of Waco. Probably closer to Austin than Waco. And due west of Killeen, probably about 50 miles west of Killeen, Texas. This particular line of storms are individual supercells north of I-20, causing some havoc. Now they've kind of consolidated into a line of severe storms. Only about half as bad as it was in San Angelo and Sterling City. I hope they don't stay together. San Antonio and Austin don't need any more rain or severe weather. But I'm afraid it still may carry some rain down there.
The rain is lovely.
Yeah, we got an hour and a half. We got an hour and a half of lightning the other night up in Wichita Falls. I think I'm going to add some rain sounds to it and post it. A lot of intense lightning with that storm too. Yeah, we went out there for an hour and a half just to get the lightning shots in that storm. And we got a bunch of them. All we need to do is add the rain.
That sounds like a good idea. Thank you.
Take that back. The wind is getting pretty stout here. I hope that airport tied their planes down. Doesn't take much to flip a little Cessna.
The lightning is frightening me a little.
Lightning's not bad. It's hail that I don't like. Some of the storm chasers this afternoon got their windows smashed out by golf ball size hail. I can deal with the wind, I can deal with the rain, I can deal with the lightning. I can even deal with the tornado because most of the time we know where the tornado's at and we're not going to be in front of it. But hail, it's like an earthquake. It's hard to get away from it, and it takes out your windows. When it takes out your windows, then you're open to the outside rain and everything.
James says I saw some of that Sterling City storm earlier. That looked pretty intense.
That one was pretty intense. The wind particularly. We've got an anerometer with us to measure the wind. We had gusts there up to 63, but I'm pretty sure there was a place just south of Sterling City. When we were driving through it, it was even higher than that. Enough we called the weather service to let them know and told them to, we had a live feed. They could look at what we were trying to tell them, how bad it was.
Phil says, oh dear, not good. Wind screens are so expensive.
That they are. But we do have a hail protector on the back window, so I'm not worried about it. And then we've got a front windshield protector on top if we really thought we need to get out and put it on. People ask me what they are if they're not familiar with it, and I tell them it's a chicken coop. They say, chicken coop? I said, yeah, I'm from Tennessee. Sometimes we bring chickens with us, storm chasing, because if you throw them up in the air during a tornado and they come down with their feathers, it must be an EF0 or an EF1. If you throw them up and they come down with just a few feathers gone, it's probably an EF3. If you throw it up and they come down with most of the feathers gone, it's an EF4. And if you throw it up and they don't come back, run, because that's a big one.
Phil says, LOL, chicken coop, haha.
I tell you that Kansas mile-wide tornado we saw the other night, I tell you, that made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. We've seen a lot of tornadoes and bad storms that hadn't bothered us much. We've had a few that was a tight spot to get out of. But when I looked across that field and saw that wedge, and I couldn't hardly get the entire tornado in my viewfinder to film it, I knew we had something really, really big on our hands. And we had just passed in front of it, probably not 8 minutes before that, trying to get behind it on the south side of it to get a view of it. Because generally you can't see the tornadoes on the north side. A good example of that is watch our video on the Marion, Illinois tornado. You see it in full view. Within 2 minutes, it gets totally rain wrapped, and you wouldn't be able to tell if that tornado was there or not. And we chased it down into a community called Creole Springs. And we pulled up, they had just been hit. They probably took the biggest hit of all of them. And most of them never even got a notification. Some of them heard the sirens off in the distance, but they didn't have any sirens down there where they were.
You had 2 more responses to your chicken coop story. James said LOL, and Phil said great story to tell people.
Well, everybody gives me a hard time about my southern accent. I can't do anything about it. I think everybody else talks different than me. They used to give me a really hard time up in Boston when I'd go up to do OR cases up there in Worcester. Told me I couldn't come back till I learned how to say their town's name. But if you're going to come to Tennessee and they're going to hear a southern accent, you got to have a southern story to tell. So mine's a chicken coop because our hail protectors are made out of chicken wire. 1/4-inch chicken wire, 2 layers. And so far, they've worked pretty good on fairly large hail.
Phil said, I've subbed and look forward to seeing your videos. As far as your accent,
I'm originally from Pensacola, but I tell everybody I'm from LA, and they said, LA? You don't sound like you're from LA. I said, no, that's lower Alabama. They've tried to annex the panhandle of Florida 6 times over the last 40 years, so I figured I'd go ahead and tell everybody I'm from LA, because sooner or later they actually might get to annex it. Not. Down in the panhandle of Florida, there's only one county between the state line and the beaches.
Storm Runner Media says, hey, I tapped you guys live.
That must have been down in Sterling City.
Phil says, I still have my Dublin accent, and I'm 45 years gone from it. James says, I'm in the Dallas area, and I have a pretty strong southern drawl myself. Storm Runner Media says, yeah, it was, I think.
That was pretty bad back here in Sterling City. I tell you, I hardly ever have to pull off the side of the road in a storm, but that one there, I couldn't see past the end of the hood, and I had to pull off for a minute. And that hardly ever happens. Yeah. So you know what y'all got to know about storm chasers. If we have to stop, you better stop too, because if we can't drive through it, nobody can. If there's a bunch of them in your area, you know it's not going to be a good day. And if the storm's over on the right-hand side, and you see all of us hauling butt to the left, you better get behind us and follow us, because that storm's too big for us.
Storm Runner says, yeah, the RFD did get intense for sure. Today was a day of low visibility.
Yeah, I called the weather service, and the guy at San Angelo said they had been tracking that rear flank downdraft, and I told him I was live, you need to come see it, because I said, for me to have to pull over and stop, I said, this, you know, we didn't get, probably if we'd have took measurements there, it would have been higher, but we got gusts up to 60 and 70 mile an hour when we finally did get a chance to put the anerometer out. But that was pretty intense there for a little while. I was actually headed back to Nashville today, and then saw they put the enhanced out here. Because I was headed through Memphis to get me some catfish and ribs at the Blues Cafe and on Beale Street in Memphis. And I couldn't stand it. I had to come down and find out what was going on. At least I didn't get in that stuff that everybody else got into out there today, Freddie and them. I think Freddie broke another windshield. I think several of them lost a windshield today. It's funny, that day up in Kansas where we filmed that mile-wide tornado that night, a gas station we went by, the gas up, she said, I've seen a bunch of y'all through here today. She says, that mean we're not going to have a good day? I said, it's probably a good guess. You probably won't have a good day. And I forget how many tornadoes got dropped in that area that day. But that big one that night was the only one I think that did a lot of damage. And that poor little town, but I tell you what, that people came to there within 2 hours after that big tornado hit. Plevner had skid loaders, volunteers were bringing in skid loaders, cleaning the streets and all that. I was pleasantly surprised with how that worked out.
Was that near Pratt, Kansas?
Yes, actually it almost hit Pratt. It came through, it touched down at Greensburg. We thought it was going to be another Greensburg all over again. And I was in Big Bend with a couple other chasers up there talking. I said, I got to go. They just put out a warning. And it was actually somebody on the live feed that gave me the best directions in there. And I think we passed in front of it just 3 or 4 miles before it crossed the road that we were on. And by the time we got down to that town and turned around, we could see it on the ground. And I'm going to tell you, that thing, everybody thought it was about 2 miles wide. It was so big. And there might have been a time it was that wide, but before it hit Plevna, the widest they could find was 1 mile. And when I went in and measured it, just driving the width, all I could find was about 1 mile wide. But those people are very lucky. We're still surprised that the Illinois tornado and the Kansas tornado. The Illinois was on Friday the 16th. Kansas was on the 18th. Not one fatality, not one major injury. If you'd seen, go back and look at the video we posted of them. You see the video of how big those tornadoes were. We are shocked that there wasn't a fatality or death. Or serious injury.
Sonia said that was a stressful night for many.
Yep, it was. Especially if you was in Pratt and listening to it, because at one point I thought it was going to hit Pratt, and because we wasn't sure if it was traveling northeast or directly east. Storm Runner, next time you see me, shout out to me. We'll be out off and on after this week. I got to go back to work in the ICU Sunday, but we're still going to be chasing the rest of the year. I tell you, that storm, that tornado was in, came through Pratt, and I tell you, even looking with my own eyes out there at that tornado that night, I was hard pressed to believe I wasn't watching something on a movie somewhere. That thing was just, I've never seen anything that big on the ground at night. And it seems like half of the tornadoes we videotaped's been at night. And I hate chasing storms at night. But if it wasn't for storm chasers out here, telling the weather service and emergency services and 911 where the tornadoes are and on the ground, you'd be surprised how many we film on the ground that no warning has ever been put out on them.
James says, exactly, I saw it on a couple other chasers stream. That was huge. I will check yours out on that night.
Yeah, we've only got a short one out there right now and a couple of still shots at the beginning of end. But look at that picture I took at the beginning. You'll see a little dot at the bottom of that black cloud. That little dot is a huge grain bin out in the middle of that field. And that'll give you some perspective of how big that tornado was in reference to that. And we're not talking about a little grain bin. That thing was huge. And that'll give you a perspective of just how big that was.
Sonia says, one of the chasers that I moderate for was the first one that had it on her stream.
I tell you, let's see, who was in front? I think Bryce and Paige was in front of us. Because once I cut through the city, I was going to Silva to begin with, and then I looked and I said, if I go to Silva, we're going to get hit. And I cut through some back roads, and Lisa, thank God, was counting down the tenths of a mile to every turn, and that's how we were able to get on the south side of it. And I think she goes by Tornado Pagey, but I think Bryce and her and Paige was in front of us. And when we came out there at what was the name of that town?
Turney?
Turney. When we come out at Turney and turned around and looked north, that's when we saw it, and we had just come down that road.
Phil said, be safe over there. Chat again soon. And then he said, my signal back.
Glad to have you on board for a while. We're gonna, it looks like this storm, I'm looking on the radar, it looks like it's pushed past us and it's headed on down. It'll probably make it to Austin. I don't know if it's going to make it to San Antonio. Neither one of them need any more rain after what they got all this last week or two. But we're probably going to shut down the feed here shortly. We're glad everybody joined for a little while tonight. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Subscribe to all the chasers. There's some really good professionals out there. And then we have a lot out there we have to maneuver around that. And you know, I'm not going to knock them because they want to see stuff too. But there's some that just need to learn a little bit more about storms and how to park and drive so it doesn't get the rest of us hurt. And because there's a time to watch and a time to get in your vehicle and bug out. And when you bug out, you need to be bugging out, not at 10 miles an hour, and or before somebody gets hurt. So, but certainly subscribe to all of them. Some get better pictures. I've missed some good shots. Others have got them. I've got some good shots, and others have missed them. So, one of us is going to get the shot. If there's a tornado out there, somebody's going to get the shot of it. And
Sonia says, I just found out about you tonight. I liked and subscribed.
well, that's good. I appreciate that. Like I said, I was a paramedic for a long time. I don't do it for the thrills. Those thrills went away a long time ago. And we don't do it for money. God knows nobody makes money storm chasing. But we do it for severe storm awareness, not just for being out here to help identify the location and let the weather service know what's going on the ground, but also to let 911 know exactly where those tornadoes are on the ground when we see them, and we call them and tell them so they can, you know, get their deputies and their people out to track it as well and get notification and sirens turned on.
Phil says, wise man, and James says, me too, and subscribed.
Appreciate that. We're trying to hit 3,000 before the end of May. Just a little personal thing for us, but we you know, like I said, we don't do this for money. We don't do it for thrills. I do like videotaping Mother Nature, though, at its best and worst. Yesterday we got some great shots of a just textbook supercell. As far as I know, nobody got injured, no damage to any houses. Could have been something really bad, but it was just one of those textbook Great Plains storms. And that I really enjoy shooting. I'm kind of an amateur photographer, but we use those videos that we shoot for storm awareness. We do some high school stuff, particularly when they're studying about weather, and they've got to be age appropriate to show it, because there are kids that are very scared of storms, and we do it for adults, because we don't want adults to sit at home in the tornado watch and say, well, hope it don't hit my house. They never turn the TV on. They never look at a radar on their phone. And they don't call their neighbors and friends and let them know that a bad storm's in the area. So, the Weather Service has come a long way since the 60s and 70s. And hopefully they'll get more money to improve the radar network and the warning systems. And I don't know if everybody out there knows, but all the country is not covered by weather radar. And most of the country, except for the very populated areas, don't have emergency weather radio at all. So they can't use weather radios, and by the time you get the warning on your phone, and if you watch some of the storm chasers, they're already on top of the tornado when their phones start going off that there's a tornado in the area. By the time you get that warning on your phone, you're already within 5 miles of that tornado. How much notice are you going to get if you're waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning? So that's what we try to teach is severe storm awareness, be prepared, and if you're prepared, you won't be as scared, and be diligent about looking outside during the daytime and seeing where that storm is in relation to your house, or at least have a weather app on your phone so you can look on the weather app and see where the storm is in relation to your house. A lot of times, and we've seen it, Rolling Fork, Mississippi was one of them. All those people had to do is get in their car and drive 2 miles south of town. That was a good lightning flash. 2 miles south of town, and they wouldn't have lost 28 people that night. And they knew it ahead of time because several of the storm chasers, and I think Storm Runner that was just on here was one of them, had that tornado in sight and was reporting it live to the news media and to the weather services long before the first warning ever went out in that town, and still they lost 28 people. There's just no reason for that. So it looked like this storm, this line of storms are still intense, but not severe. The weather services put out a flash flood warning because of how much water and rain's coming down with them. And
Grifter said subbed and liked. Phil said that's a shame for rural people and so sad.
yeah, I mean, and that's one of the people I talked to in Plevna, Kansas. She lived 2 miles out of town, never heard the siren go off, and she didn't get but a warning on her phone. And by the time she realized what was going on, it had already hit that small community and had lifted. So she was going to take it upon herself to try and, get better warning systems. If they can send out a warning on your phone, why can't they send out watches and other things to let you know that you might be in danger long before you get that thing on your phone that says you're in a tornado warning and there's one in your area? Because that means you're within 5 miles or just a few minutes of getting hit. So she's working on that, and that's something we try to do is get advocates in each area to advocate for themselves, because we're from out of town. We can't, all we can do is come in and tell them what we saw on any given storm and what we didn't see happen that should have happened. But it's going to take somebody local to be an advocate for that town or that community to get others involved and get things changed. And in some cases, just to get a siren put up. You'd be surprised how many small towns have no sirens. And some areas don't even have cell coverage. So I don't even know if they're getting anything by cell phone. I mean, we see it all the time. We're in a small town. I can't even get radar or cell coverage. And I'm sitting in a small town. And like you said, rural America is, not being treated the same as big cities. And they'll say, oh, well, there's more people. That don't sound fair to me. If there's 100 people in that town, they got just as much right to get warned as somebody in Nashville.
Phil said, well said, sir, and Sonia said, I totally agree.
Yeah. So anyway, we use these videos and we do advocacy and we do training classes, just like I used to do in Florida for hurricanes. The snowbirds, we used to call them, that moved down to the coast. One of the places I used to do the training on hurricane preparedness was right down near the beach, and I'd point across the bay to the island where all the condos was, and so a Category 3 hurricane with an 11-foot storm surge, and all you're going to see over there is water. That island's going to be covered. And if you're south of Interstate 10, you should be evacuating, and don't wait to the day of to evacuate. A good example is Hurricane Opal in 1995. We had so many people evacuating out of Mobile, Gulf Shores, Pensacola, Panama City, all taking I-65 north to get off the coast, that I-65 was bumper to bumper, and they almost turned all 4 lanes on I-65 all the way up to Montgomery as one-way north traffic. But people were going to get stuck on that interstate when that hurricane come through. And you can't wait till the last minute. If you're going to evacuate from the hurricane, 72 hours, you better be on the road. You wait till 24 hours, you'll never make it to I-65 off the coast. So
Sonia says that's what upsets me the worst is no cell coverage in small towns. I would like to see get that changed. Phil says, at Sonia, it's 2025. It should be better.
I totally agree. Internet too, because the tornado takes the cell towers down. We've got satellite internet now. I've been debating about getting Star satellite for the car here so we can have better coverage. The problem is, since it's satellite based, if we're under heavy overcast like those storms today were at 60,000 feet, you're not going to get satellite internet coverage or cell phone coverage. And I've talked to all the providers, and they said, yeah, if you've got heavy overcast, you're just like being in the city with GPS. Your GPS ain't going to work if the tall buildings are blocking the satellite signals. So nothing is perfect yet, but we certainly have better technology that should at least give these people in these rural areas that have known disasters has happened in the past, better internet and cell coverage and warnings ahead of time. You won't talk to a storm chaser anywhere, or anybody who goes out and researches storms, that isn't frustrated by the lack of warning that cities and communities and small towns get when we're sitting there seeing it. If we know it's there, somebody else knows it's there, but the townspeople that's getting ready to get hit don't know it, and we're having to drive through and blow our horn or stop and yell that there's a tornado coming to give them some kind of warning to get to safety. Quick story, and true story. Marion, Illinois, the other night, I had stopped on the off exit, which was up on a hill, so I could film that entire storm structure, and we were able to get the tornado genesis and tornado forming. Sirens are going off in Marion, Illinois, very loud. There's a Cracker Barrel down at the bottom of the hill in front of me, and there was a group of like 30 people coming out, that older people. It looked like they had a meeting or something, and they're all just standing around talking to each other. Even with the tornado sirens going, nobody was doing anything about getting in their car or finding out where this thing might be. And we started blowing our horn, flashing our headlights, and next thing you know, they were scrambling like roaches when the light turned on, because now they figured out they're up there on the hill, they must see something, but nobody cared or was moving until we blew our horn and flashed our lights at them about 20 times. And then they took off running to their cars. And about that time is when it touched down just a couple of miles south of there and crossed I-65. It's just complacency that just I don't understand. So I'll get off my high horse on this now, but now you know why we're out here. If there's just a few dozen or a few hundred people we can help, or if we can help be advocates for people who's trying to get changed, to let them know we were in the area on this date, this is what we saw. You're lucky a bunch of people didn't get killed.
Sonia says that is who needs the best coverage is areas that get hit by tornadoes, whether it's to be the residents or the chasers out there.
Yeah, I can tell you that the senior chasers out here, like I was joking before, if you see us going in the opposite direction of where a storm looks like it's at, you probably ought to get behind us, because we're not going to get killed if we can help it. Now, there's been times there's nothing we could do about it, but most of the time we have escape routes, and the only thing that blocks them escape routes is a bunch of traffic. Another storm gets behind us, like it did the other day in Seymour, Texas, and had all of us scrambling. But awareness is the biggest thing. I think if you look at the people who died in Somerset and Loudon, Kentucky a few weeks ago, actually it was on the 16th, because it was the same supercell that dropped the tornado in Illinois, was the same supercell that traveled that full distance and dropped those tornadoes. Most of the people who died was over the age of 55, probably the ones that goes to bed early, because this happened late at night. If they had hearing aids, they took their hearing aids out. Cell phones, they probably couldn't hear them when they went off. Not that it would matter, probably most of them didn't have any kind of underground shelter, and that's who died. The people who is the least potential to get a warning during severe weather was the ones that died. There was only a couple of them under the age 50. One of them was a couple, and I can't remember what happened with them, and one of them was an actual first responder who was trying to help, and I can't remember exactly how he died. The rest of them, I think, was over 55. The majority of them were, and had no idea. To be honest with you, I don't even know if they were supposed to have serious weather in that part of Kentucky that night. It just kept moving in that direction until all of a sudden that one supercell dropped those two tornadoes back to back and hit both those towns. When I heard that they had put out a mass casualty incident, which, being an former EMS director, a mass casualty incident means the local resources have totally been overwhelmed by the number of casualties involved, and they're asking for other counties and other states to bring in resources to help. You don't call a mass casualty situation randomly. And when if you ever hear a city called, like in Greensburg, Kansas was one of them, when they took that hit on that big tornado. A county, a city, an EMS agency does not call a mass casualty situation unless there is serious destruction, death, and injury, and they need all available resources sent into them. And when I heard that, of course, I was 300 miles away. I couldn't do anything to help, but I knew they had a bad situation over there, and it was going to take a long time to get all those people found and recover the fatalities and get the injuries into the hospital. And those hospitals over there aren't the biggest hospitals in the world, so a lot of them had to be flown out. The good thing is most of the helicopter services at the surrounding trauma centers and tertiary facilities sent helicopters in, as did the military, to help evacuate them out. But Anyway, again,
Rich,
I'll get off my high horse on that.
Rich says businesses could care less at who has coverage. All they care about is profitability. And Grifter says, is there enough storm sellers generally?
There's never enough storm shelters. Tennessee, I can't tell you except the church down the street, 'cause they've got a storm cellar, but that's or a basement, but that church has been there for a very long time. Otherwise, these above ground storm things, I'm not a big advocate for them. They're better than nothing. My neighbor just put one in because we had that tornado last summer that was only 3 miles south of my house in Spring Hill, Columbia area. And I was actually in Kentucky storm chasing, but made it down to help with search and rescue. They put one in, but otherwise there's not a lot out there. Not as many as there should be. And the biggest problem we got now is the price is going sky high on getting a storm shelter put in. And then you just got to do your homework on them. All storm shelters aren't the same. If you're going to put it in the ground, fiberglass is great, cheap, but in 20 years it's going to deteriorate and start leaking so bad you can't use it. And you have to dig it out and put a new one in. So little things like that you got to do your homework about. The above ground ones, the ones I've seen that's been built with brick and mortar, and if you ever go to Lowe's, look at those 18-inch blocks. I think they're 12 inches wide, 18 inches long. I've seen above ground shelters built to them with rebar and the walls poured solid. I would get in one of them for sure, particularly if they poured the roof solid with rebar as well. I think you have a really high probability of living in those. Some of the people in Alabama back in 2011 and 13 had those kind of shelters, and they worked great. And when they came out, nothing was standing around them. No house, no trees, nothing. If you live in an area where there's a possibility of tornadoes, severe weather, Florida, it's just a matter of evacuating and getting inland. More people die from flooding than from anything. If you ever study history, Hurricane Camille that hit Biloxi, Mississippi in 1969, they were having parties on the beach when that storm came in. Lowest barometric pressure ever recorded in a hurricane. I forget how many. I know it was over 350 deaths, and they were picking bodies out of the Gulf of Mexico for 2 weeks. So it's using common sense and awareness.
Sonia says that's another thing that needs to happen is multiple shelters in each town. Not everyone can afford to pay for a shelter.
Well, after the tornado outbreak of 2011, where Tuscaloosa, Alabama got hit, and I forget, there was like 100 and something tornadoes in 24 hours. Alabama and Mississippi put in community shelters. Every time I go to Mississippi and Alabama, somebody always stops by when they see us parked out there, and they know we're storm chasers. They tell us, if you need a shelter, there's one right down the road here, about a quarter mile on the right. Be sure to go to it, and it's always open. Little place north of Fort Payne, Alabama, Valley Head, Alabama, small community, probably ain't got 10 businesses downtown, has a 60-person storm shelter out there for those people in that rural community in Alabama. And like I told them earlier tonight, people always thinks about Tornado Alley out here in the Great Plains and all. But the one town that's been hit twice by an EF5 tornado is Tanner, Alabama, right at the Tennessee-Alabama border in Limestone County. And it's been hit twice by an EF5 and almost took a direct hit of that tornado last week that went north of Huntsville. Limestone County, their first county inside of Alabama, has more tornadoes in that state than anywhere else. But I think there's some price gouging going on. Every time there's an outbreak of tornadoes, everybody wants to go look at one and buy it, and the prices just keep getting jacked up. And I know it don't cost that much to make a concrete um, storm shelter. I saw one the other day, and I stopped by and asked what they were asking for it. $5,000 for the 6-person in-ground concrete storm shelter. But that was just for the shelter. I wasn't putting it in the ground. I wasn't digging the hole, hiring somebody to put it in, covering it up, and all that. That was just for the shelter, and they would deliver it, but that's all they do. $5,000. Well, it's going to cost you another $3,000 to have it put in the ground. So it's just getting out of reach for everybody. However, I've heard that there's a grant you can put in for, or there's money, federal monies you can put in for to get one put in the ground, but I haven't been able to find out what that process is yet. But yeah, I really think the communities need to put something in place for the people who have no other way. I mean, think about the ones that elderly that can't drive and things of that nature. Where do they go? Even if somebody picked them up to carry them somewhere, where do they go? So that's kind of been our focus in what we do, is take these videos and take our stories of what we've seen. And I always go back in, if I personally call the weather service or 911 to report a tornado on the ground and exactly where it's at and what direction it's moving, I always follow up with the people in that community. How much notice did you actually get before it hit? To see if my efforts are actually working, or we need to do something different. But I leave no doubt in their mind that I'm filming it, I'm looking at it, that a tornado that went just south of Nashville a few weeks ago, back in April, we chased that thing. It had been on the ground. It hit Selma, Tennessee, and almost wiped that town out. We followed it all the way up into our area, and until I got into the Franklin, Tennessee, which was close to my house. I'm standing there in the middle of a major highway filming it and looking at it, talking to the weather service of why aren't the sirens going? Well, we can't confirm below X amount of thousand feet if we got rotation on the ground. I said, well, here's your confirmation. I'm looking at it, I'm filming it. It's got a funnel about to touch the ground. And where it was about to touch the ground was some of the biggest and richest neighborhoods south of Nashville, where most of the country people and all live. And then they put the sirens out. I don't want to say it's political. I understand. I've been in Florida. I was with emergency management. You don't want to panic the public by putting warnings out or evacuation mandates out unless you know for sure, because in any county of Florida you put a mandatory evacuation out and they start shutting businesses down and people spending money to get out of the area. That's millions of dollars that you just caused to happen, to be spent or lost. And you got to be very careful when you do put those out. But still, a tornado warning is not like a mandatory evacuation. You're letting people know there could be a life-threatening event. Take notice of what's going on. Anyway,
Phil says, I'm learning quite a lot, thank you. Grifter says, shopping malls underground would be cooler and safer. Sonia said, that's insane. Phil said, that's huge money. Rich said, Texas actually gets...
I tell you the worst place you can go, and it used to be the place they sent all the high school kids and school kids, was a gymnasium. Absolutely worst place you can go. And one thing I'm doing in my local community, and I think they're actually doing it, because somebody told me they're building it into the plans, is they're building so many new schools, the hallways are being built as storm shelters, that after the Bridge Creek Moore tornado in Oklahoma City, Moore, Oklahoma, that killed those kids in that tornado, because the walls in the hallway collapsed on top of them and the teachers. The schools now are building the hallways as basically storm shelters, that the walls won't fall down, and so they can move the kids into the hallways, not into the gymnasium where most of the roofs always get blown off first. They move them into the hallways, and I believe now that's almost standard now in most states, is they make the hallways in the school. Well, what about the old schools? They wasn't built like that the kids are going to school in. But yeah, there something needs to be done, but they look at how many deaths. So if you look at how many deaths, Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee has more deaths, well, in Kentucky, if you want to include Kentucky, has more deaths every year from tornadoes than all of Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas, and Iowa. You know, the standard tornado alley, there's more deaths in the Dixie Alley, what's informally called the Dixie Alley, every year than in Tornado Alley. And still, except for Mississippi and Alabama, the other states in Dixie Alley has done very little to protect and put up community shelters for everybody. The one thing I'd leave you with too is when you see radar on TV, like we've got 3 radars going inside our vehicle at all time. One of them shows us the circulation and what we call the correlation coefficient, that would show debris in the air. Today it was getting mixed up with hail. We have another radar we use that's always 10 minutes to 15 minutes behind. So if it's 12 o'clock, it's at 11:45. That doesn't help us when we get under a storm, because then we have to forget about the radar and start getting eyes to the sky and know what we're looking at. You'd be surprised how many people looks at a rain-wrapped tornado and don't know what they're looking at. And we had that happen in Iowa last year when Greenfield got hit. I ran by a young firefighter at one of the local outlying areas who was sitting in a fire truck looking up at the sky. And I said, "You looking for a tornado?" And he said, "Yeah." And so I pointed him at 10 o'clock. We use a clock to give each other directions. I said, "Look at 10 o'clock, there it is." So while Greenfield was getting hit, there was a satellite tornado we were trying to get away from that was coming in behind it. And it was then and only then that he noticed there was a tornado coming right at him. Because unless you're out here doing it all the time, you just don't know what you're looking for. And sometimes you can be seeing it and you second guess yourself. But anyway, the radars are not all the same, and if you see it on TV, it's probably already 10 minutes old. Unless they're pulling live feeds directly off the radar site itself, it's 10 minutes old. It's got to go from the radar to the weather service back to the TV station. So always assume that it's 10 minutes old, and if it says it's going to be in your community in 15 minutes, assume it's either already there or you only got 5 minutes, not 15 minutes. Because 2 out of 3 of our radar apps on our pads, and we've got 3 pads in here running our radars, two of them are always 5 to 15 minutes behind. And then we got one that's generally within 3 minutes. And it only takes it that long because the radar's got to make a full loop before it'll update the radar. So, little things you learn, the general public, unless you just study this stuff or you get concerned about it or you become an advocate of, I didn't know all this stuff. How many people does know this stuff? And does our emergency service and first responders, how does that work for a spotter network? Because I can look on my radar and see every certified spotter on the radar that's out there, when there's active storms going on. But I don't see a lot of first responders that are trained to go out there and do that. And that's the other thing that we're trying to do is get the first responders, particularly the rural fire departments and all, let us come in and show them videos of how to identify, tornadoes and severe weather. Because if you don't see it, there was a guy chasing from one of the TV stations a tornado in Huntsville the other day. Had been doing it for one of the local TV stations for a couple of decades. That was the first time he'd ever really seen a tornado, even though he had been out riding around for the TV station for 20 years. That was the first day he'd ever seen a tornado. And it just put him in awe. But if they see those videos ahead of time, maybe they can identify them faster. All tornadoes are not EF3, EF4, EF5s. A lot of them are EF0s, EF1s. But they can still blow a car off the highway. They can still take part of your roof off, and they can still kill people. It's just they're not as easy to see sometimes. So,
Rich says that's the horrible part of NWS, suspending spotter training seminars. First responders now, if they are able to get any training, have to look to other resources for training, if any even exist for them.
Well, San Angelo actually told me today, not San Angelo, San Antonio told me the other day that they are still doing some spotter training, and now they may even be subbing it out to private companies to do. There is a spotter training you can take on YouTube. It's 2 classes, 2 videos, and then you can take the real quick exam. It's not difficult. You don't have to be highly educated to take these 2 videos, because the test, it's like 10 questions, is simply on identifying storms and what a real funnel is, that kind of stuff. But you can take those 2 video classes and take the spotter certification class, and then you can be on the spotter network. And then they have guidelines for how you turn in reports. We turned in a report the other night. We knew that it was probably a tornado on the ground, but I couldn't verify that it was actually on the ground, even though they had a tornado warning out on the storm. But we took a picture of it, and I turned the report in as a wall cloud with a funnel underneath, and I could not verify because I could not tell if it was on the ground or not. And I won't tell an authority, weather service or 911, that there's one on the ground unless I know for a fact it's on the ground. Because it wasn't until I came out west years ago to chase tornadoes out here that I saw how fast they can drop and pick up. And I saw one in Iowa in less than 90 seconds, went all the way to the ground, stayed on the ground, and lifted straight back up in less than 2 minutes. It was actually about 90 seconds. And I was shocked at how fast these things can come out of the sky, hit the ground, and go right back up. I forget what the average time on the ground is, but it is not very far. It's less than 10 miles for an average tornado. And, you know, so to tell a weather service there's one on the ground, I got to know. We sent them a picture of it, and I'm pretty sure the picture shows it on the ground. But and it was a pretty big chimney type, and you know, but that's up to them. They're the experts. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't, you know, try to be. I know enough about weather because I've studied it for several decades, and being in Florida with hurricanes and all, we had to study a certain amount of weather and work with the weather service. But I'm in no way a meteorologist. But you know, if there's going to be severe storms, I do know what notification is to the general public and how that works and how that should work. And nowadays, we shouldn't be using old technology. A good example of that is my brother was an air traffic controller, supervisor. The technology that was in the towers just 5 to 8 years ago was technology that was put in those towers, radar and all, and radio communications from the 70s. We're still using that from the 70s and the 80s. And we got all these planes flying around, and they wonder why we have, you know, problems with air traffic control. It's not them. They lose a lot of air traffic controllers just from stress of trying to control all those planes, and if one of them crashes, it's on them. So they just need better technology.
Rich says Skywarn and Spotter Network seminars can be done online as well. I do feel that these are, while great starting point, they are subpar. Actually, I should not say subpar. They are just super basic, and I do feel like more training is needed.
I agree, and there's also, but there is a couple of meteorologists that are out there, really good ones, that work with the weather service, that do on their own time. They've made some videos on supercells. You've heard the term maybe, like today we heard it, that a supercell was moving, because we had some moving north, we had some moving south, and one of them was going to nudge the other one, and generally when it gets a nudge, it drops a tornado. He teaches that kind of stuff. It's kind of advanced meteorology to understand the lingo and what's happening when they talk about that, or they're talking about two supercells merging, or one's going to nudge the other, or stuff like that, or outflow. If the supercell or the storm cell has a lot of outflow, it's hard for that supercell to form a tornado at that point. The really important ones that we see that you can't even predict them is the microburst when a storm collapses on itself, and just all of a sudden the lift that was there is no longer there, and the cloud top generally just collapses through the center of the storm, and you can get a microburst outflow from that, almost of hurricane force or higher winds, that causes a lot of damage. And they happen more often than you think they do. And a lot of people think that they're tornadoes, but they're not. They're a storm, and the weather service can make that determination. But there's a lot of those kind of videos out there. It tells you some of the lingo and some of the information you need if you really want to get good at it. And I would, you know, I've highly suggested to groups and even to church groups, have a couple of people inside your group that's, you know, loves weather, and have them kind of come in, learn all they can about it, and then kind of pass that information on, and have a call network inside the church to be able to, you know, because everybody now seems like they've got a call system. I mean, Vanderbilt, where I work, we've got a call system while I'm out here storm chasing. A week ago, we were having tornadoes the same day that Huntsville got hit with that tornado. I was getting notifications on my phone through Vanderbilt. So everybody's got notification systems now. Some churches, small organizations, businesses. We kind of advocate for them if somebody there, and you'd be surprised how many weather enthusiasts are out there that they're as fascinated by it as we are. Uh, that can help their own organization up the ante as far as letting their members know that there's bad weather in the area. Because it only takes a minute. I mean, like tonight we were driving through this town. How many people really knows they're getting ready to get hit by a pretty severe thunderstorm, and how many's in bed and could care less. Uh, I mean, I've been out chasing and called back to friends and family back in Tennessee, and said you got to get out of there. You got one coming right at you, and that happens a lot. I mean, I've done that in the last 2 weeks and notified them. And the only thing they hate is I've got these cameras outside in the joint area of the house, and I can talk from my cell phone directly through those cameras, regardless of where I'm at. And they hate that because they say it sounds like a ghost talking to them. But I want them to know. Look at pull your weather radar out and look at it. You got bad weather coming. And they just kind of look around, and but they know who it is.
James says, I've enjoyed your stream. Y'all have a safe trip back to Nashville. Good night.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna shut this down. I've been on my high horse for a while now, but now you know why we're out here and our primary purpose. Because I didn't have to drive from town to town, but the Weather Service needs to know, and they asked me to keep them informed of what I saw. The other storm chasers do the same thing. There's very few out here that do it full time or do it a lot that don't have some mechanism to report what they see into the authorities. And I'm pleasantly surprised at how many people out here in the West and Midwest, the Great Plains, and all that appreciate us being out here, because they know a lot of times they wouldn't get notifications if we wasn't out here to see it. And there's been this week a lot. I mean, I can't even imagine. I saw probably 150 little red dots in one area at one time, and that may be a little overkill, but somebody's going to see it, somebody's going to report it, and that helps everybody. So, listen, I appreciate everybody being on here tonight. We are going to be headed back to Nashville tomorrow. May be back out next week. I understand there's some bad storms that may be firing up Monday. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Check out the other storm chasers too. We sometimes we all get videos of the same tornado but from different directions, and it's amazing how different that tornado will look from the north side versus the south side of it versus the east and west side. One tornado could look 4 different ways from different angles. So check them all out. I mean, I'm not competitive with anything. I'm just trying to get the word out about severe storm safety and awareness. But we're trying to get 3,000 subscribers by the end of the month. I appreciate all you can do to help us with that. And go out and watch our videos. I've got more coming. We've got a slew of video we got to download and edit of these tornadoes and all we filmed in the last few weeks, and the ones back in March and April, and we'll get those posted. So if you hit that notification, you'll know when we post them. And again, nope, don't thank us. We'll thank y'all for tuning in, and hopefully you learned a little bit. again, you'd be surprised how much our viewers have helped us while storm chasing get out of bad situations, get better directions that we're not familiar with an area, or help us even find gas out in the middle of nowhere at midnight. So thanks for taking a ride with us. Listen to me being on my high horse about severe storm awareness, and check us out next time you see us go live, and certainly check out our videos, and y'all have a good night.